Pleasant good morning to the Honorable John Briceño, Prime Minister of Belize, his ministers, Minister of State, and members, to the Leader of the Opposition, his members, and Madam Speaker. Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Good morning, honorable members. There are a few announcements I will make before we commence today's House meeting. First, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Honorable members, I ask for a moment of silence in salute to those who have lost their battle, and to those survivors who are an inspiration to all of us on the importance of screenings and early detection to combat cancer. Thank you. I encourage all of us to do our part in spreading the awareness and education on breast cancer and early detection. Secondly, on October 9th, the National Assembly building marked its 53rd year since its inauguration in 1970. I take the opportunity to inform all members that one of the initiatives we at the National Assembly have been working on since assuming office is a project grant proposal to the government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, on renovation works of this National Assembly. I am pleased to announce that we received the news that the grant request has been approved for $1,584,250 Belize dollars. This would be the first major renovation, and which I'm sure members the visiting public, the media, and invited guests will attest is much needed. There will be an official ceremony for the record of donation on November 7th, and further details on extent of works, implementation, timeline, and all other attendant issues will be had at that time in full gratitude and recognition of this grant. I take this opportunity as well to inform members that the annual National Children's Parliament is scheduled this year for Friday, November 10th. We welcome the encouragement and support of all parliamentarians to the youth parliamentarians participating this year. As per usual, the office will be reaching out for your kind support in meeting with the youths as they prepare themselves for their National Assembly debate. I now turn my attention to the last two matters. Last year, I presented an annual report on the work of the House of Representatives. I take the opportunity today, members, to apologize that this year's report, regrettably, has been delayed. You have the assurances of my office that this will be completed before the end of November, and therefore it will be an annual report with a mid-year review so that it is brought up to date. I felt it necessary to apprise you of the status of the report, since an annual report, while not a requirement of the Office of the Speaker, it is considered a best practice on the principles of open Parliament. Therefore, it is incumbent upon me to ensure that the initiative started continues and hopefully remains a practice for future parliaments. Lastly, it would be remiss of me, since we last met in this chamber, to not address the issue of the comments that transpired from that last sitting and has continued over the past week regarding the handling of disagreements with the Speaker's rulings. I take this opportunity to repeat again, for the record, that members are free to disagree and criticize vociferously. However, such must be able to be communicated in a manner befitting of the respect for the office and for the institution. It is about the respect for the rules. It is about the respect for the institution of Parliament, an institution for which much work must be done to regain the public's trust in its management and conduct. As the Speaker, my job coming into this environment is to rule with clarity of thinking and not to be distracted by the politics or to be taken down the alleyways of unparliamentary, indecorous, and undignified behavior, unbecoming of the position of a parliamentarian and the expectations that come with such a weighty position. Honorable members, I am duty-bound to preside by the rules and the long-standing best practices of parliaments and presiding officers, without fear, without favor, from either side of this House. And so I commit to continue doing so. I thank you for your time.
Papers.
I recognize the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning to everyone. Sorry. Madam Speaker, before I start, can you allow me just to say a few words about the situation between Israel and Palestine and in the Gaza area, that we pray for peace. I don't think that Belize will ever support any kind of terrorist act, and Hamas did commit a terrorist act over the weekend when they attacked and massacred many innocent people. But that does not justify, Madam Speaker, the response that we're seeing from Israel. We recognize that Israel has every right to defend itself. But when you start to do this random or just bombing out of cities in Gaza, and possibly thousands of innocent people have been killed, I don't think that kind of response is justified. We also need to recognize and accept that Israel also needs to respect the land of the Palestinian people. Over the years, they've been going and pushing into the West Bank and taking more and more land of the Palestinian people. And in many instances, the Palestinian people feel helpless that the world is just sitting by and allowing a form of apartheid to take place between Israel and Palestine. I watched the news this morning, and I'm told now that Israel is giving 1.2 million people in the Gaza Strip 24 hours to leave because they're going to go into a full-scale war and attack in that area. a continuing bombing and soldiers just going into that area. Madam Speaker, I believe that we need to not only pray for peace, but to try to put some pressure between both sides for there to be some sort of settlement or to cooling off of the tensions at this moment, and that hopefully that Israel will recognize the land that they have illegally annexed from the Palestinians and to be able to return those lands so that there can be lasting peace in the region. That said, Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers, HR 219/1/13, the Development Finance Corporation, the DFC Annual Report for the year 2022. HR 2020-221/1/13, the Belize Social Investment Financials Fund financial statements for the year ending 31st March 2023. HR 220A/1/30, the Central Bank of Belize Annual Report and Statement of Accounts 2022, and HR 2020B/1/13, the Central Bank of Belize Revised Estimates of Revenue and Expenditure for fiscal year 2023.
Honorable members, those papers are ordered to lie on the table.
Presentation of reports from select committees.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Morning, Madam Speaker, colleagues. I rise today on the table sessional paper number HR 220C/1/30. Report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee following its meeting held on 11 October 2023 pursuant to Standing Order 74-1A of the House of Representatives. Thank you.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the National Security and Immigration Committee.
Madam Speaker, I raise to lie on the table sessional paper number HR 221/1/13, report from the National Security and Immigration Committee on the Firearms Amendment Bill 2023. Thank you.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number HR 222/1/13, report from the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee on the Trade Licensing Bill 2022.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Belizean Nationality Amendment Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Belizean Nationality Act, Chapter 161 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to clarify the provisions relating to grant of nationality to children born to non-Belizeans who have, since the birth of that child, acquired Belizean nationality, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, as way of explanation, the Ministry of Immigration has brought to the attention to the Cabinet a phenomenon that we wish to regularize. There are examples of two non-Belizeans having children outside of Belize. Now, I need you to follow me, what I'm explaining here. Since the children are not born to Belizean parents, they are not entitled to Belizean nationality. And because they were not born in Belize, they cannot claim nationality by birth. So what we're saying here, Madam Speaker, is that if you are not a Belizean and you're a Belize and your child is born in Belize, that child has a nationality. But if you're born outside from a non-Belizean, obviously that child does not have the privilege to get a Belizean nationality. Now, to explain what we're trying to correct. So the point is that at the time of birth, these children would not be entitled, as I mentioned earlier, to Belizean nationality. However, what happens when one of the non-Belizean parents subsequently marries a Belizean national? Under the Belizean National Act, that non-Belizean spouse is entitled to apply for Belizean nationality by marriage on the basis of marriage to a Belizean, and if that spouse has resided in Belize for 1 year or more, immediately preceding the application for nationality. In effect, if a Belizean marries a man or woman marries a non-Belizean, that person has to be living for 1 year and then can get its nationality. So quite often, that spouse having obtained Belizean nationality then applies for nationality for the minor children, relying on the new acquired citizenship. And in that case, there is no residence required for these minors. So again, if a Belizean woman marries a man, the man lives here for 1 year, gets nationality, and now that he has nationality and that man has minor children living in Asia, living in the US, living anywhere, under the Act, they could apply for nationality for the minor without the minor having to be living here in Belize or vice versa. Follow me? That's in the law right now. So, Madam Speaker, the Cabinet has considered this matter very carefully. And we have decided that we should introduce the same 1 year residency requirement for the minor to qualify for Belizean nationality. What has been happening is that thousands of these minors have been getting nationality with no connection to Belize. They don't even visit Belize. But because one of their parents now is a Belizean national, then they get a Belizean nationality and could get a Belizean passport. So the Belizean Nationality Amendment Act of 2023, when passed, will introduce the 1 year residency requirement. In this way, the minor will be able to get his or her nationality. We're not saying he can't get it. They will be able to get it after 1 year residency in Belize, the same way their parents managed to get their nationality after 1 year of marriage and being resident in Belize. Madam Speaker, we believe that persons who seek to obtain Belizean nationality must have some sort of connection to our country. Now, it's important for me to make this very, very clear, and a member of Cabinet did ask this question. The amendment will not apply to, nor will it prohibit what we call roots Belizeans, Belizeans that got their nationality because they were born in Belize, from passing on their nationality to their children, whether they were born, wherever they were born, without having any kind of residency requirement. So, and I guess one of the easiest examples would be if a Belizean here in Belize now living in the United States, and they have a child, they can, that child they can apply for nationality by descent because that parent got the nationality because they were born in Belize. Or there have been instances where students would be studying abroad, and then their children are brought, they're born abroad, and that child could immediately get the nationality because, well, they are born to Belizeans by birth. or as we would refer to the colloquial word by roots Belizeans. So, Madam Speaker, it's a simple amendment just to clarify this, ensuring that these children that are getting Belizean nationality have some kind of connection with Belize. So we'll be requiring them, just like their parents, to come and reside in Belize for at least 1 year before they could apply for Belizean nationality. Madam Speaker, this bill has a recommendation of the Cabinet, and I commend the bill to the House and ask everyone to support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the National Security and Immigration Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an Act to amend the Belizean Nationality Act, Chapter 161 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to clarify the provisions relating to grant of nationality to children born to non-Belizeans who have, since the birth of that child, acquired Belizean nationality, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Economic Citizenship Abolition of Rights, Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to finally abolish the right of persons to obtain Belizean nationality through any relationship, whether by descent or by marriage, which can be traced back directly or indirectly to a person who obtained Belizean nationality by economic citizenship, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Again, Madam Speaker, as explanation, the Belize Economic Citizenship Investment Program was brought, or the BCIP, was brought to an end in 2001 when we amended the Belize Constitution, Fourth Amendment Act of 2001, which prohibited the reintroduction of similar programs. At the same time, the Belizean Nationality Amendment Act of 2014 repealed the relevant provisions in the law which facilitated economic citizenship by investment. The clear intention of the legislature was to completely abolish economic citizenship in Belize. Regrettably, Madam Speaker, that laudable object was not achieved. Notwithstanding the 2014 legislation, descendants of persons who received economic citizenship prior to 2014 have continued to apply for citizenship by descent, relying on the provisions of the Belize Nationality Act that enables descendants to rely on their parents' nationality to obtain Belizean nationality. Hundreds, if not thousands, have become Belizeans using the procedure since 2014. Well, what happened, again, to give further explanation, if a person gets the nationality through the economic citizenship program, then that person becomes a Belizean, then their children apply for citizenship, and so they become Belizeans. Then their children apply because they have citizenship. I know we probably are maybe on the fourth and fifth generation of economic citizen. People are applying because of an economic citizenship program, program that was done during the time of probably their grandfather, or even some instances their great grandfather. If that was not bad enough, Madam Speaker, we have noticed also that non-Belizean spouses who marry Belizean economic citizenship have also applied for nationality, relying on the provision in the law that entitles a spouse to claim Belizean nationality through marriage. Again, hundreds of persons have taken advantage of this loophole. Madam Speaker, we believe that these loopholes are being abused and used to defeat the intent of this Honorable House to abolish economic citizenship. It is our view that persons should not be allowed to rely on loopholes to get around the ban on economic citizenship. The bill we are tabling today will prohibit any person from relying on, quote, on economic citizenship relationship to obtain Belizean nationality. The bill defines an economic citizenship relationship to mean, and quote, any relationship, whether of descent or of marriage, which can be traced back directly or indirectly to a person who obtained Belizean nationality by economic citizenship, end of quote. Madam Speaker, I hope that this bill will enjoy the support of both sides of the House as we seek to preserve the value and the integrity of the Belizean nationality. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the National Security and Immigration Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to finally abolish the right of persons to obtain Belizean nationality through any relationship, whether of descent or of marriage, which can be tracked back directly or indirectly to a person who obtained Belizean nationality by economic citizenship, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Municipal Securities Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to provide for the regulation of municipal securities and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. The proposed Municipal Securities Bill seeks to provide the enabling legislation to regulate how local municipalities can access the capital market directly through the issuance of long and short-term municipal securities to finance public investments and drive local economic development. The bill also considers a range of other matters, such as the appropriate regulatory framework for these municipal securities and the public disclosure obligations to the municipalities to protect investors. The municipalities in Belize generally raise money to cover its expenses by central government subventions, levying taxes like property taxes or charging fees like trade licenses fees. This typically supports operating expenses like salaries, administration and maintenance expenses, and in some instances it's not even enough to cover their operating expenses. This, however, is not the most appropriate means by which long-term infrastructure works or can be funded. In the past, the municipalities have simply gone to the banks to borrow funds on long-term loans or overdraft to finance these works. As we all know, whenever you have a middleman, there tends to be an additional cost added for the middleman to make money. In this case, the middleman is the bank. That is why they are referred to as financial intermediaries. In other more financially developed jurisdictions, borrowing from banks is not the typical practice of municipalities. Municipalities typically raise money through direct borrowing in the capital market by cutting out the middleman, by cutting out the banks. This is done by issuing municipal securities in the form of bonds, notes, or municipal paper. These financial instruments are essentially basically an IOU issued by the municipality to its lenders or investors. This is usually the cheaper, more efficient way of borrowing by the municipalities. Importantly, municipal securities allow local municipalities to finance their investments without burdening the central government. Raising money through the issuance of municipal securities is not foreign to Belize. It has happened before. The first municipal bond were issued under a UDP Belize City Council led by then Mayor Darrell Bradley. Since then, another UDP City Council in Belmopan also issued municipal bonds. The Belize City Council has since issued a short-term municipal paper as well. The monies raised through these municipal securities have been used for various purposes, but in most instances for public infrastructure works like the building of roads and drains. Over the course of our first 42 years of independence in our local towns and cities, we have seen tremendous investment by households and the private sector in their personal assets such as homes, residential, and commercial buildings. Unfortunately, this build-up of wealth of private assets have not been matched by a commensurate investment in our municipalities' public infrastructure, such as our streets, our parks, our drains, community centers, and other public facilities. Furthermore, over the same period, the significant population growth in most of our urban centers and simultaneous increase by the new residents in the demand for public goods and services have placed additional burden on the finances of municipalities. With the passage of the Municipal Securities Bill, our municipalities will be able to access available monies in the private sector and tangible properties within their communities. High excess liquidity of almost $800 million in the banking system highlights the need for investment opportunities for household savers and institutional investors. The development of the municipal securities market will go a long way in providing the availability of municipalities to obtain long-term finances, access to financing, and better capital allocation. The Municipal Securities Act will streamline the process for issuance of municipal securities. As it currently stands, each time Belize and Belmopan City Councils have sought to raise funding by way of the issue of municipal securities, whether municipal bonds or municipal paper, new customized legislation has had to be introduced. As a result, the Belize City Council Municipal Bond Act, the Belize City Council Municipal Paper Act, and the Belmopan City Council Amendment Act 2016 all had to be enacted. The Municipal Securities Act will eliminate the need for new legislation for cities and towns each time any municipal securities are intended to be issued. Importantly, it will create the requirements for these municipalities to begin to improve their internal function to achieve better financial soundness. Just to highlight a few conditions for approval by the minister responsible for finance of the issuance by the municipality of municipal securities may include appointment of an internal auditor and or a financial controller with reporting obligations to the financial secretary. So we have to ensure that these municipalities just can't do as they wish. We have to ensure that we have the proper check and balances. Certain repayment conditions have been mandated, including the creation of sinking funds for municipal securities having a tenure beyond 5 years to protect investors and ensure repayment. There are also statutory debt limits and restrictions on the issuance of demand payable securities to protect municipalities' cash flow and to prevent untimely cash crunch. The Act also provides for a restricted list of authorized purposes and use of funds such as infrastructure development, including roadworks, the acquisition of land, the construction, reconstruction, alterations, and enlargement of or purchase of public buildings, and so on. Madam Speaker, clear procedures are established for approval by the municipal government and compliance with regulatory laws. There are also mandated disclosure obligations with the Financial Services Commission as a relevant regulatory authority. Such public disclosure of information include quarterly, semi-annual, and audited annual financial statements reports, and management and discussion analysis report. In short, this law seeks to make it even more easy, more transparent, and more safe to issue and invest in municipal securities in Belize. I therefore look forward to the overwhelming support of this Honorable House on this bill, Madam Speaker, which has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to provide for the regulation of municipal securities and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Fiscal Incentives Amendment Bill 2023. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act, number 4 of 2023, to replace the definition of MSME and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. This is a very straightforward amendment, as it is said in the title, that what we intend to do is to replace the definition of the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprise. Members will recall that we passed the Fiscal Incentive Act, which was signed into law on the 7th of March of 2023, this year. In that act, there is a definition for what is an MSME. We have since discovered that there are some inconsistencies with the definition of the MSMEs in Belize and the World Bank's definition for MSMEs. It is therefore important to revise the MSME definition to make ours consistent with the definition of the International Finance Corporation, the IFC, which is the private sector arm of the World Bank. This is important, Madam Speaker, because then by doing that, then we will be able to, or MSMEs will be able to access funding that we get through the World Bank. As it is, we already have some funding at the DFC, but our MSMEs cannot access because we do not have, the definition does not match what the World Bank has as MSMEs. MSMEs is a priority for our administration. In fact, it is a part of Plan Belize. And we promise first to expand skills training, small business collaborations. Second, to support MSMEs to create 5,000 new jobs. And third, we could debate it, we could correct it. So, oh, sorry, okay. And third, to build resilience to climate change, disasters and risk through education, preparation, diversification, and innovation in climate-smart systems of land use, in particular for the small producers and farmers in high-risk regions. Now, when we met with officials of the World Bank, they mentioned that Belize had the opportunity to access additional low-cost funding for MSMEs financing if our definition is in line with that of the International Finance Corporation, the IFC. What we are trying to do, actually, since I mentioned it, when we were working on setting up the MSME, we were just looking, since we have approximately, I think it was 9,000 plus small businesses or in Belize, of which business in Belize, of which about more than 95% of them are declared they are MSMEs. And so we were trying to put the definition that would more reflect what we have in Belize. It's only after we did that, then the World Bank said, we know what you're doing, you're a small country, and so a small business in Belize would be, or for instance, Bowen & Bowen would be, which is a big company in Belize, and BTL, they would be recognized as probably a medium-sized business in a country like the United States. So whilst we were trying to put the definition that could be applicable to what we have in Belize, the World Bank then pointed out, but you know what, whilst we know what you're trying to do, being a small country, and over 95% of your businesses are considered MSMEs, which, by the way, the Central Bank pointed out that only about 5% of our MSMEs have access to financing from the bank. They are saying that we need to be able to be consistent with their definition so we could access the low-cost funding. So accessible and affordable financing options are essential for the growth and development of our MSMEs in Belize. So by prioritizing this, government can stimulate economic growth, create employment opportunities, encourage innovation, enhance competitiveness, and reduce poverty. Supporting MSMEs through low-cost financing is a key strategy for fostering inclusive and sustainable economic development. It is for this reason, Madam Speaker, I seek the support of both sides of this Honorable House in making this amendment to the Fiscal Incentives Act. This bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act, Act Number 4 of the 2023, to replace the definition of MSME and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Fiscal Incentives Decision, quote, decision of the Minister, Validation Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to validate
Prime Minister.
Apologies, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith. We need to do this now because of the funding that we have available for our people, and it's a straightforward amendment that we're doing, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favour, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Fiscal Incentives Decision of the Minister, Validation Bill 2023. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to validate the decisions of the Minister and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. This is an important addition to the amendment, simply because during the period of 7th March 2023 to 12th of October, which is 2 days ago, it said we have been making certain decisions. So it says that during this period, it shall be deemed to have been validly made as if the Fiscal Incentive Act of 2023 has been enforced with the regulations were made. It also, Madam Speaker, it says using the same period, the period of 7 March of 2023 to 12 October 2023, shall be deemed to have been validly made as if the Fiscal Incentives Act of 2023 have been enforced when the regulations were made. So we're just making sure that this was in line, what has been done, to be valid based on the change that we're doing right now. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to validate the decisions of the minister and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the Criminal Code Amendment number 2 Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Criminal Code Act, Chapter 101 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the definition of aggravated assault, to rationalize and increase the penalty for threat of death and similar character offenses, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. I will introduce another bill immediately after this one. So when I introduce that bill, because they are interconnected, I will provide some brief remarks on both of them.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Criminal Code Act, Chapter 101 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the definition of aggravated assault, to rationalize and increase the penalty for threat of death and similar character offenses, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Madam Speaker, this is the Summary Jurisdiction Offences Amendment Bill 2023. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Summary Jurisdiction Offences Act, Chapter 98 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to upgrade the use of threatening words or behavior from a petty offense to a serious offense, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. As I said, Madam Speaker, these two bills, the Criminal Code Amendment number 2 Bill and the Summary Jurisdiction Offences Amendment Bill, are interconnected. Really, the purpose of both of these bills really is to amend the criminal code, to expand, in the case of the Criminal Code Amendment, to expand the definition of aggravated assault, to protect security-related personnel, public officers, teachers, elected officials, to amend the criminal code to increase the penalty in relation to the offenses of threat of death and similar character offenses, and in the case of the Summary Jurisdiction Offences Act, to upgrade the use of threatening words or behavior from a petty offense to a serious offense. These bills, both of them, follow on the recommendations of the National Security Council discussion paper entitled Threats Made to Security Personnel and State Officials, which was tabled at the National Security Council in June of 2023. Of course, as well as concerns which have been shared publicly by public officers of security threats in the exercise of their duties. As we all know, security personnel, public officers, public officials are inevitably often part of the communities they serve, often making them easy targets for assault and abuse. And while certain acts provide some support for these officials, for example, like Section 38 of the Police Act prohibits threats against a member of the police department or a special constable. The penalty on conviction is a fine not exceeding $1,000. The BDF, the Coast Guard, do not penalize threats made to members of these security agencies. Likewise, there is no specific protection provided for immigration, customs, prison personnel, and public officers during the execution of their duties. So the criminal code contains provisions and penalties for aggravated assault upon a person acting as a judicial officer, peace officer, minister of religion in the execution of their duties. However, there are a number of inconsistencies in the prescribed penalties for similar character of offenses under the criminal code. The criminal code, for example, regards a threat, even a threat of death, as a misdemeanor. But if the same person were to commit that threat of death in writing, he is liable to 5 years. And even more puzzling, if a person uses actual violence on a judge, magistrate, juror, witness, counsel, agent, prosecutor in any legal proceedings or inquiry with intent to deter him or her from acting in any manner, or uses actual violence to deter a magistrate or peace officer from acting in execution of their duties, that person only commits a misdemeanor and is only liable to imprisonment for 2 years. Such inconsistencies in the penalty provisions need to be corrected. Similarly, in the Summary Jurisdiction Offences Act, a threat to a person is considered a petty offense, along the line of washing an animal in the street or throwing things in a canal. The reality, Madam Speaker, is that many security-related personnel, public officers, teachers, public officials, receive threats on a regular basis while performing their duties. So there is a need to address this issue. And so, to address these security threats of public officers, security personnel, official and public officials in the exercise of their duties, and to give the offense of threat to public officers, security personnel, and officials the seriousness that should be accorded to it, this bill provides, as I explained, for these specific amendments to protect these officials, to expand the definition of aggravated assault, to increase the penalty in relation to the offense of threat of death and similar character offenses, and to upgrade the use of threatening words from a petty offense to a serious offense. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitutional and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Summary Jurisdiction Offences Act, Chapter 98 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to upgrade the use of threatening words or behavior from a petty offense to a serious offense, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the National Accreditation Council of Belize Amendment Bill 2023. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the National Accreditation Council of Belize Act, Chapter 39(1) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the registration of institutions and providers with the Council, and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. A very brief remarks, Madam Speaker. This goes back to 2005, really, when Belize, as a member of the CSME, the Caribbean Single Market and Economy, signed on and passed an act for the establishment of a National Accreditation Council 18 years ago. But there has been no implementation of that act. So the purpose of this bill is to ensure that the quality of education delivered, the purpose of that act, which is in law, is to ensure that the quality of education delivered and brought to Belize meets standards and allows for the assessment of qualifications for equivalency in order to facilitate the free movement of people with relevant skills and knowledge across the region. So as I said, this act has seen neither implementation nor revision in the last 18 years. And of course, recently, since the COVID pandemic, and the many changes that we have seen in our education community, there has been a lot of an increased access to online education, and we recognize at the Ministry of Education that it is indeed urgent and timely for us to establish clear standards to determine the quality of education. Increased numbers of virtual and online education providers are now promoting education at all levels, as well as degrees at a cheaper cost to be completed within a shorter time frame. So naturally, many of our Belizean professionals or public officers are going to these entities and pursuing their education through these entities, which are easily accessible. The objective, of course, is to lead to upward mobility and higher remuneration. And this reality has triggered the proliferation of degree mills and, unfortunately, questionable qualifications in people across our country. So to address this urgent need and to meet the targets of the Belize Education Sector Plan to promote and sustain human resource development and socio-economic growth, the National Accreditation Council of Belize Act must be amended before it can be implemented. And the amendments are very basic. We want to extend the validity period for institutions. In the original bill, the validity period was for 2 years after the act was passed. Obviously, it's been 18 years since 2005, so we're going to extend the validity period to 1 year after the act is implemented in 2023. And institutions will be able to consider this a one-year period as a transitional period. And then, of course, this all has to do with tertiary, for the benefit of the Belizean people. This all has to do with tertiary education institutions. So they will all have to register under the Act. And so we want to amend the registration period. Originally, it was 6 months after passage of the Act back in 2005. We're going to amend that to 1 year and 6 months after the implementation of the Act. So that, those are important amendments. And I want to end by making note of the fact, Madam Speaker, that, this implementation process has the full support of the Association of Tertiary Level Institutions of Belize, ATLIB. They have been working very closely with the Ministry of Education to get the Accreditation Council active and effective. So we have their full support for these amendments, and it is now time for us to move to implementation. Thank you.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Education, Sports and Housing Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an Act to amend the National Accreditation Council of Belize, Chapter 3901 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the registration of institutions and providers with the Council and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Acting Minister of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management.
Climate Change and Carbon Market Initiatives Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to develop, implement, manage, and regulate mechanisms to enhance climate change resilience and low emission development for the sustainable development of the to respect the objectives and principles of the international climate regime ratified this bill. I want to make some remarks regarding this bill. Under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, it provides for a framework to promote market-based mechanisms that promote the climate and sustainable development goals, and thereby creating conditions for robust international and carbon markets to be formed and to thrive. In Belize, Madam Speaker, several opportunities exist which we have been passing by in Belize to finance our climate change and sustainable development goals by developing marketing mechanisms for sale and the trade of carbon credits. This bill therefore outlines the rules, the modalities, and the procedures for parties to engage in the sale and trade and purchase of carbon credits within Belize. It outlines a governance structure for the implementation of the climate change resilience strategies and low carbon development within Belize, including, Madam Speaker, the establishment of the National Climate Change Council and the establishment of the Climate Change Department. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Natural Resources and Environment Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act, or that should be bill for an act, yes, to develop, implement, manage, and regulate mechanisms to enhance climate change resilience and low emission development for the sustainable development of Belize, to respect the objectives and principles of the international climate regime ratified in the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement, to establish a market in Belize to trade carbon credits and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Minister of Public Service, Constitutional and Political Reform and Religious Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning. Madam Speaker, before I introduce the bill this morning, if you'll allow me, I'd just like to express my congratulations to two schools in Belize and their students. Palote High School, Madam Speaker, and their students were recognized by the international company, the multinational Samsung, for a design for an aid for the visually impaired, Madam Speaker. And I think it's important that we recognize the good work being done at Palote High School and by their students. And secondly, Madam Speaker, I have to congratulate the student athletes. Yes, the student athletes from Belize High School. Thank you, Minister Radwell, for recognizing robotics as a sport. They went to the first Global Challenge in Singapore, and they won the silver medal for their design of their robot. Out of 191 countries, Madam Speaker, they came in second. Only China beat them. It just shows the ingenuity and the talent that these persons have, Madam Speaker. China has, yes, exactly, the population. Well, of course, the principal of Belize High School is Mrs. Jamie Osha. I have to congratulate her. But all of the mentors. But, Madam Speaker, it just shows throughout the country, Madam Speaker, our schools are doing an excellent job. Our high schools, our primary schools are turning out the best and the brightest, Madam Speaker, and we have to congratulate our students countrywide. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Referendum Act, Chapter 10 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the circumstances in which a referendum shall be held and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, two sections of the Referendum Act, Chapter 10, are being proposed for amendment to expand when a referendum should be held. One, on any proposed amendment or repeal, whether express or implied, of the Petroleum Operations Maritime Zone Moratorium Act, and 2, on any proposed legislation affecting the carrying on of petroleum operations within the limits of the Maritime Zone of Belize. Madam Speaker, just as a little background, a statement was released yesterday, jointly signed by the Government of Belize and by Oceana in Belize. I have to congratulate the Attorney General for representing the Government of Belize and Mrs. Jacqueline Marshall-Leck for representing Oceana in Belize for their continued dialogue and for drafting this statement, and certainly Oceana for keeping the communication channel open after the petitions were submitted to the Governor General. A few points on the joint statement. 1, GOB confirms that there is no intention of amending or repealing the provisions of the Moratorium Act. We have to be clear about that. 2, GOB and Oceana in Belize are mutually committed to meaningful consultation on the matter of petroleum exploration in the Maritime Zone. 3, GOB and Oceana in Belize remain mutually committed to meaningful engagement to focus on the many marine conservation challenges that require collaborative action. 4, this amendment will ensure that the people of Belize will have their voices heard through a national referendum in the event that any government, now or in the future, desires to amend or repeal the Moratorium Act. 5, there is a commitment to dialogue and meaningful working relationship to protect and sustainably manage Belize's maritime conservation environment. And 6, finally, thank you to all the Belizeans who signed the petition. Please be assured that your message was heard loud and clear. Madam Speaker, thank you very much. This bill has a recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an Act to amend the Referendum Act, Chapter 10 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the circumstances in which a referendum shall be held and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Minister of Public Service, Constitutional Political Reform, and Religious Affairs.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill is taken forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House, at its rising today, adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Inter-American Development Bank promoting sustainable growth in the Blue Economy program for US $7 million loan motion of 2023. Madam Speaker, I move whereas Belize, as a member of the Inter-American Development Bank, is eligible for development assistance in the form of loans, grants, and technical assistance from the bank on such terms and conditions as may be agreed between Belize and the bank from time to time. And whereas the government of Belize, in an effort to enhance the government's ability to sustainably manage key commercial species in the fisheries sector and promote the adoption of sustainable technologies and best fishing practices by artisanal fisherfolk. Approach the bank for financial assistance to finance a program to support sustainable growth in the blue economy, thereafter referred to as the program. And whereas the program will consist of two components whose activities will, one, create an enabling environment for the sustainable and resilient management of the fisheries sectors. Two, provide direct support to the sustainable development of the finfish fishing industry. Three, strengthen the sustainability and resilience of the spiny lobster and queen conch fishing industries. Four, provide direct support to artisanal fisherfolk in Belize. And five, strengthen the institutional capacity to improve data collection, management, and analysis of information from the fisheries sectors. And whereas it is intended that the execution of the project shall be carried out on behalf of the government by the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment, acting as executing agency. And whereas the bank has offered loan financing for up to US $7 million from its ordinary capital resources for the said purpose under the following terms and conditions. The lender, the Inter-American Development Bank, loan principal amount US $7 million. Disbursement schedule is for a period of 5 years from the date of the signature of the loan contract, and the terms is for 25 years inclusive of 66 months grace period on principal repayments. It is to be repaid in 39 approximately equal semi-annual and consecutive installments of about US $179,487.18 to execute a program that will improve the income generation capacity of artisanal fisherfolk and to maintain export levels of fisheries products while contributing to the sustainable use of commercial oceanic resource. Interest will be charged on the daily outstanding balance of the loan as per this SOFR-based interest rate plus the applicable lending spread for the bank's ordinary capital loans, and a credit fee will be charged on the undisbursed loan balance at a percentage to be established by the bank on a periodic basis not exceeding 0.75% per annum. And whereas, under the provision of Section 7.2 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act of 2005, the government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of a resolution for such a borrowing to take effect. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceedings would assist the government of Belize in its efforts to mitigate the factors that can jeopardize the fishing sector's ability to maintain its contribution to the Belizean economy in terms of marine exports and income opportunities for our fisherfolk, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. Now, Madam Speaker, with the development of the blue economy, Madam Speaker, for the first time, the government of Belize, we have a ministry as what we refer to the blue economy. And there are a number of challenges that we are facing. Climate change is one of them that is creating havoc with marine life all over the world. But also, as our population grows, we are having more and more fisher folks. And it is important for us to look at what has happened in the region. Because there was not proper regulation, we have used our marine products unsustainably. And I know my colleagues in Barbados would not like that, but I'm told that whenever you go into their waters, you hardly see any kind of marine life. The same thing has happened in Jamaica, in Trinidad, in certain places in Mexico. So it is important for us to be able to ensure that we only take out, that whatever we take out, it is done sustainably. That it has to be matched with the science. We just can't say, oh, we think we have 50,000 pounds of lobster in the sea, and then we take out 50,000 when you only take out 30,000. There has to be a science behind this. And so this loan is going to help us to be able to do the proper research and to put the proper regulations in place to ensure that we don't overfish our marine life. I remember when we first, under the Port of Honduras, a marine reserve. In that area, back when I was a Minister of Natural Resources and Environment, along with Dan Silva, who was a minister responsible for fisheries, that we put a certain area in that, we held an area as a no-take zone in that area. And at that moment, our fisher folks were very upset. Even the area representative was not too happy with that decision back then. And, but now when we look back, our fisher folks now are happy that we made that decision, although it was an unpopular decision at that time, because as we pointed out to them, if you can't fish in this area, then it allows the marine life to grow. And as the bigger they get, they're not going to stay there forever. They get out of that of that reserve, and then you can fish. You have more conchs, you have more lobster, you have more fish, and in bigger quantities and larger in size. A few weeks ago, I visited the Glover's Reef. I was in that area. And when I was talking with some of the tour guides, and again they were telling us that in the Glover Reef area now there's a no-take zone, and they're happy for that for several reasons. One is that when visitors come in that area, there's marine life that they can see, but also that as the marine life, as the fish and the conch and the lobster, they grow, and the crabs, then they get out of that area, and so our fisher folks can be able to fish in larger quantities and in larger sizes and can be able to make even more money. But it is being done sustainably. This $7 million that we're borrowing is going to help the Fisheries Department under the Blue Economy, the Ministry of Blue Economy, to be able to do the research, to use the science as to how is it that we're going to manage our resources sustainably going forward. And secondly, a portion of the funds is going to be used directly with our fisher folks to help them to do two things. One, to learn how to be able to manage our resources sustainably, but also to look at other opportunities that may be made available to them, such as, for instance, fly fishing, that now has become a huge sport in Belize. It is bringing in over $250 million US, $500 million Belize dollars per year, and it continues to grow. And it is catch and release, so that the people now that are doing fly fishing with our tourists, the guides that are doing that, now they are making even a lot more money than when they were fishing for lobster or conchs and so forth. So, Madam Speaker, it is important for us to point out to both sides of this house that this loan is very important for this country, that we can be able to continue to manage sustainably what we have, and that we can learn from the mistakes in a region where they have overfished their marine life. And I am hoping that both sides of this honorable house will see the necessity and have that long-term vision as to why is it that we need this money to be able to continue to manage our resources sustainably and to continue to keep our jewel as a paradise. Madam Speaker, this motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
I recognize the member for Mesopotamia, Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleasant good morning to all of my colleagues on both sides. Please, Madam Speaker, allow me to join the Prime Minister in sending the deepest sympathies of the opposition and the people of Belize to the Israelis and the Palestinian civilians that have suffered devastating loss of life, injuries, etc. And we pray for de-escalation, we pray for restraint on both sides, and we pray for a two-state solution that sees a Palestinian state alongside a Jewish state in peace and security. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As it relates to this motion, Madam Speaker, the opposition completely supports these types of investments. Sustainable development is key as we move forward in a new era of existence. These fishing communities in Chonush, Sarteneja, Capabanc, Kikaka, San Pedro, Punta Negra, my great-grandmother, Aina Lindo, is from Punta Negra, Punta Gorda, and Dangriga. We support our fishermen and women, and so we have no difficulty with these types of investments. But, Madam Speaker, we must highlight the pathological borrowing, the obsessive borrowing that is taking place by this government. And we must underline that this exposes the dishonesty in this government's report of a robust GDP growth. If the economy was doing so well, why can't the government make this investment with all of the surplus that they should have based on the reports that we get from the Honorable Prime Minister? So this is just another example that the GDP growth, the economic growth, is anemic at best, and the government has no money. That is why they have to come into this honorable house every sitting and borrow on the backs of the Belizean people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Belize Rural South.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to lend support and give support to this loan motion that Honorable Prime Minister has passed, is putting on the table here. Madam Speaker, as the area representative of Belize Rural South, this loan motion could not be more timely as it relates to the much needed funds for our fisher folks, directly benefiting not only the islands of Kikaka and Ambergris Key, but indeed all coastal villages. While we may be talking of another loan to borrow, I want to make it clear that this plan here that was being done here for the $7 million was a carefully planned out studies that has yielded results now, and now we need to implement. And I say this because when we're talking about artisanal fisher folks, especially those that the leader of the opposition, the honourable member of MESOP, mentioned, directly up north, Sarteneja in particular, the traditional artisanal fisher folks that we must recognize. In fact, for your information, there are about, if our figures are right, there are about at least about 80 or so traditional fisher folks that continue to fish in that same manner and are the only recognized in Central America. So this much needed funds will go there to enhance to this much needed area that they need to go to teaching sustainably, to grow sustainably. And if you look at the figures here, from that $7 million, as much as $3 million will go directly to these people. And this will serve, Madam Speaker, directly supporting the artisanal fisher folks by strengthening and teaching them the sustainability, especially as it relates to conch and lobster, and by extension, stone crabs as well. I also take time out as well to recognize the great work that the Fisheries Department is doing, because all of this leads for us to qualify to get this loan, in particular the stone crab industry. Previously, and this year we just passed legislation that the stone crab, the way how it was done is that you harvest the entire crab. The law did not state that you have to do it sustainably. Now we have passed legislation that now that we teach them, and it is much supported by the fisher folks, where especially stone crabs, you remove only one claw, and you release back that stone crab back into the waters for it to the following year, the claw to grow. So now it's illegal to have an entire stone crab up to display or sell. But this is the reason it's being done is for it to be sustainable. So this is a factor that we can throw in there that allow us in preparing this plan to get this loan through. So while we may be talking about borrowing and borrowing and borrowing, as it relates to these specific funds of $7 million that will go directly into the blue economy is much needed, and that can be more opportune than ever before. While you may feel that it is long overdue, but this has been a diligent work that the Fisheries Department in the blue economy as well have been doing, and as such, it has my full support right here. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Colette.
Madam Speaker, let me associate myself with the words of the leader of the opposition on this instance. Indeed, we want to raise the concern that, yes, it is borrowing again, and my friend, the member from Albert, reminded me just now that we are almost, or this administration is almost at $1 billion worth of loans. In 2.5 years, going on 3 now, they've borrowed what's the figure there, my friend? $912 million. So we have to be concerned about this. I'm not going to spend the time, and if they want me to, I could, and break down all, but I think we've done that on occasion before. Certainly I remember at the time of the budget we did it, but the budget is coming up again shortly, and hopefully it won't go above the billion with a B, as our friend, the former member for Fort George used to remind us, billion with a B. Madam Speaker, I will say, however, that I think the cause of this loan in particular from the Inter-American Development Bank is for generally a good cause, and I join the government in that work to save our marine industry, and so in that sense it's good. But I want to remind the Prime Minister and the government that while this money is being borrowed, and as the Prime Minister commented, it is primarily, well, a huge chunk of it is being spent on component 1, 4.5 million. And that amount of money is basically being spent to strengthen and support sustainable practices. The problem with doing this, though, is if we're not working in a global context, we'll end up in problems. As I've often commented, the waters of our country are connected to the waters of other countries. And so if we're not working within a global context, I'm hoping that that is something that we're doing, because we could be practicing all the sustainability possible here in Belize and in other countries where, or neighboring countries especially, this is not being done, we will run into problems. I went to the Bahamas, Madam Speaker, and there is no limit on how much conch you can eat. You could eat conch all day, every day, 365 days for the year. I'm not sure what it is in Jamaica and in these other countries, but we all share the same Caribbean Sea. Fish that is swimming in Belize today could be swimming in Honduras tomorrow. And then, Madam Speaker, of course, there is the problem, and we have searched the bill, my friend and I, from Albert, and we found nowhere where any of this $7 million that is being borrowed is being used to police our waters, because we know we have a serious issue of fisher folk from other countries, particularly Honduras and Guatemala, coming into Belizean waters to fish. So our recommendation to strengthen this move by the government, and I take it that this is not, this bill does not outline what exactly is going to happen, but it is highlighting the monies that are being borrowed to put into that effort. So I'm hoping that the pertinent authorities of the government, the departments that, of course, need to hear, are listening to us, and that these kinds of things will be improved. And now, it is true that this money that is being borrowed is not the sole resource that we will depend on, have been depending on to do this kind of work. And so maybe it is that there is another source. And I would love to hear about that at some point, if indeed there is some other source that is providing resources to better police our Belizean waters so that fisher folk from outside. I was noticing PGTV coming thing about, they were bigging up the government ministers for actually going down there to go with the territorial, the BVA, is that what it's called? And they were saying when in the last administration, the ministers didn't reach out to them, but we did go. I remember going down to the Sarastone once. And just a very simple example, we were traveling along the river, and you could see clearly where the Guatemalan canoes are on the Belize side of the river. In fact, Guatemalans were on the Belize side of the land, catching iguanas and fishing in the river. So I could only imagine what goes on and that is where we have our troops patrolling in their boats. Imagine what happens when you're out in the open seas and nobody's there to patrol. So we must make some kind of investment in that. But all in all, Madam Speaker, we support what this money is being used for, but we caution again, Madam Speaker, about what is definitely excessive borrowing on the part of this government. I think it is unprecedented. No other administration, if I am wrong, you correct me, but within such a short period of time, I always go back to the 1998 manifesto of the People's United Party that proclaimed that the national debt at the time was a whopping, it said, $500 million. And that 10 years of the PUP saw us get deeper and deeper into the hole. But that was over a 10-year period of the Musa administration. But certainly under this Prime Minister and this administration, that is what you should talk about when you talk about Plan Belize. Plan Belize in the 3 years, that you are in government has taken us almost one, I'm hoping we don't reach there by the time the budget comes, or by the time your November 3-year mark comes. $1 billion is the figure that has been borrowed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Pearsall Southeast.
$1 billion?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this bill, but I was a little bit confused from my colleague and friend from Collett, where, first of all, I think he's highlighting the wrong statistics, man. You shouldn't worry, focus on that. What you should focus on, and I'd love to hear from you more often, that this Prime Minister is the Prime Minister who reduced the debt to GDP ratio from 132% to 65%. That is what you should be speaking of, that you left and you didn't complain for 13 years. I also a little bit worried about my friend when he said he associates himself with the words of his leader. Are you associating it with the crossing the floor? Please clear that up. Inquiring minds want to know, my good friend. To the motion again, and I am I am truly glad for, my colleagues will get angry at me, Madam Speaker, but I'm truly glad for the Leader of the Opposition's comment on this loan, because I will take this back to my people and tell them the support you are getting was opposed by the Leader of the Opposition. So whenever he goes there and wants to campaign, the people will already know he does not support.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, Madam Speaker.
Officials.
Wait.
On a point of order.
I need to hear the point of order. Member, please. Thank you. What's the point
Madam
of order?
Speaker, he's misstating what I have said. I said that I
What's the
supported.
point of order? One second.
That's
What's
a
the point
clarification,
of
not a point of order.
elucidation? It's the member, if he will yield. Are you yielding so that the Leader of Opposition can elucidate?
Madam Speaker, he already made himself
No,
quite
are
clear.
you-
No, I'm not.
Okay, continue, please.
And please ask it to stop the interruption. We all know the charade of the interruption, no? Yes, Madam Speaker. All right, that's one of the beauty of this when you have to expose yourself, all right? This is a beneficial bill for the fishermen. There is a phrase that goes out there where there's a phrase that said, we do not inherit the earth, we are borrowing it from our children. We are doing this, Madam Speaker, in other words, that future generations of fishermen can continue to fish. I appreciate what's happening in the Bahamas and all that, but Belize must protect what is ours, Madam Speaker, and this government will protect our fisheries so that this livelihood of fishing continues long after all of us have left this house, Madam Speaker. So I am in full support of this bill. Thank you.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, these guys on the other side are funny. The leader once felt, you're right, Honorable Florent, member from Corozal Southeast. One side he can attack that they want to consider to support, and then afterwards he said, they support. That's what he said.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
I will not.
The standing order 38-5, Madam Speaker. No member shall impute improper motive. I said when I started that we support the motion. I said that, but we have our criticisms as far as the excessive borrowing. At no time did I say we did not support the motion.
I've heard your point of order. It's not 38-5, but the point is taken. You did stand and say you support.
Speaker, then afterwards he said he is concerned about the support because of the what he quote-unquote excessive borrowing. You can't have your cake and eat it, my brother. Decide whether you want support or you don't want to support. Be one man. Be a man and decide what you want to do. What the other side do not want to accept, Madam Speaker, was everybody is concerned when it comes to borrowing. But he likes to say, oh, the economy to grow. So you're supposed to, he's saying now that the government is saying that the economy to grow, so you're supposed to have the taxes to be able to do it. What they don't realize, that they left us in such a bad state that the monies we collect are just to try to catch up and get out of that deep hole where they left we in. That's what you did. We need to remind you it is the UDP government that left Belize with a debt to GDP of 133%. And thanks to the work of this government, we are at 64% debt to GDP. Every business, if the honorable member from the other side may had some business sense, he never may have broke today or no. May remember he said, I make millions of dollars or he not built a millionaire. If he knew about business, he never may have spent up his money in our parties and they buy fancy vehicles and fancy food and that kind
Madam
of
Speaker, on a point of order.
What's the point
Madam
of
Speaker,
order?
30. 84, Madam Speaker, is attacking me personally. You don't know my bank account.
Yes.
You don't know my financial state. You don't know what I was doing. This is what allows the House to descend into chaos.
Make your point. Taken, Member. Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, that's not a point of order, but I will not argue with you. I will not argue with you. The point is, if this honorable member from the other side, the leader of the opposition, would know that every business borrow. They borrow to invest. When we borrow to build the highway, it is an investment for this country. We don't take the money and go spend it on tacos and go have fun and carry people, go take one ride out, go to Chetumal or Corozal, they use the money. We are investing in our people. That's what we've been doing. And if for a minute you just stop the politics and speak to the truth, is that a lot of those loans that we're passing at the beginning were loans that were enacted by the UDP government. You cannot start the paving of the road. You cannot start the paving of the Northern Highway by the UDP, and then we are come and say, then do that, when you get into 2008 just for spite. But we cannot come and say for spite, all the UDP said to pave the Northern Highway, so we don't do it, we and stop it. We are a responsible government. That's why we have to borrow the money. What about 2 or 3 times you come to the house saying that you're going to borrow money for the bridge, the Halover Bridge, then vote for the money or no? About 3 times. And where the money go, we don't know yet. Now, we could have come here and say, well, you know what? We know they borrow. That's a UDP project. And we don't want to borrow no more money. But we know that we need to rebuild the Halover Bridge. So we take a project that you left. When you don't borrow a lot of money, but spend up the money, we come and we are being a responsible government in making sure that we could finish this. We could have come we could have stopped the coastal road. We could have stopped the road to Caracol and say, you know what, we do not deem that as an important project, so we could reduce the borrowing. But we are a responsible government. What did we do? We look at what they are doing and realize that, you know what, they got too much fat in their contracts. And so we cut it. We cut between Halover Bridge and the road to Caracol, we saved over $50 million. And because we were monitoring the work very closely by the honorable member, Julius Espat, I will mention the name today, Julius Espat, in the House, and his team on the Remate Road, how much we saved, Julius? $6 million we saved. I know some people on the other side will say, man, that was $6 million. I mean, so some people will get that. But we need to make sure that $6 million go to the people. $3 million is going to be used to help the people of Corozal to fix some of their roads because the UDP never do nothing for them. And they had a deputy prime minister then, And they still never helped Corozal Town. And the next $3 million, well, they never did help our Injoak Town. So Injoak Town would deserve the help. So we take that $6 million and spend it for the people of Corozal Town and the people of our Injoak Town. And we never stop there. Mr. Leader of the opposition, if you'd have just listened, maybe you'd have learned something. Yeah, I guess so. How much you deserve on the Coastal Plains Highway, Julius? And I call you by your name, make everybody know that he didn't do that with the team. We saved $9 million. $9 million. 9 plus 6, $50 million this government has saved from the money we don't borrow. Certain people bank account probably may be very full right now. And what are we doing with that $9 million, Julius? Dangriga and PG are going to get that money. We are spending that money on the people. Then you are going to talk about bread. A lot of that money that has been borrowed, Madam Speaker, we don't spend it yet, you know. We don't spend it yet. When you sign a loan, you know, means that you get to uncheck for all of the money, you know. You get it in phases as you go using it. For instance, this loan for $7 million, we're saying we're getting up to 5 years to be able to spend that money. When you look at the loan for the hospital, the tertiary hospital, that will include a college of medicine, a school for medicine, a university for medicine, which will be built with the University of Belize together, the land there. See, they don't have the vision to look about that. 600 million of oil money, you know. Never think about building one tertiary hospital with a university attached to the University of Belize. Then blow it up. At the nation's capital, exactly. They knew that the hospital here in Belize, in Bamapan, has been condemned. The building has been condemned. So I have to build one new one. They never have $500 million of Petro-Caribbean want to do, party and drink out the money. Instead of investing in the people of Belize. So when you look at that, and that's 45 million US. And you add another $77 billion for the solar project, Madam Speaker, that by itself, $122 million, we didn't touch yet. And it's an investment. Businesses like government borrow to invest, that then we can be better off. We are not borrowing for 1 mile, what the name of the street of Belize City? Farbers Road. How much did we borrow, Julius? $8 million for 1 mile of road. And then when the road finish, two vehicles, if one vehicle pass, brother Van Colette, we never may interrupt you. Then build the road so narrow that if one vehicle park, the next vehicle, they can't, you create traffic jam. But $8 million is spent on 1 mile of road. And you dare to come and talk about borrowing? Now I know that the honorable member from Colette is trying to get into the good graces of the member from Mesopotamia. Just what? Yesterday or the day before? The man is saying that what? The man walked across the floor. The man is standing others, not the Constitution. But here they said, oh, the man walked across the floor. But, he can do not more it, you know. That's why the honorable member Van Colette still sit down 1 seat away from him. It gets closer and closer. But honorable member from Colette, on a very serious note, when you said that we live in a global community and the waters, everybody, and all of that is understandable. But we can't, with Guatemala, and then they overfish and everything, whatever, then we can't do the same thing because then they do it. We have to do, let me finish, man. Don't get excited, man. We have to do our part to protect for our people, for our lands, for our waters and our land. Now, you said you went there and you see the fish, the boats or whatever, Guatemalans coming and fishing on our water. That may happen. Maybe the BDF or the Coast Guard, Fisheries Department never got gasoline for do the monitoring. But when I was there yesterday, when I spoke to the Coast Guard, they said, we the monitor, and whenever a Guatemalan come fish in a field area, we send them back, or hold on, man. You said that the answer, yo. What they are saying, the Coast Guard and the honorable member of Florencio can tell you, the minister responsible for the Coast Guard to tell you that what they're saying, that they tell them they have to go out to the other side And just a few days ago, they confiscate the canoes and the little boats, and they go to court. They have to go to court, to magistrate court. We are monitoring. Maybe you never made a monitor, your government, but we are monitoring because we know the importance of protecting our waters, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, and I know that the other side, they try speaking from two sides of the mouth to say, I support, but I not support. And that's fine. That's a different business. The important point that we need to make is that this country can see that this government is a government looking to the future, ensuring that our fisher folks could continue, and that their children and their children's children will be able to continue to, if that is the life that they want to have, the life of being a fisherman or a fisherwoman. Madam Speaker, again, I ask both sides to support this loan motion.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize members. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to have this motion taken through all the stages this day.
Honorable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, we are now at the other motion, which is the adoption of the report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee. Before I call on the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Development and Housing, I will ask that I recuse myself, and I will now call, I will recuse myself, and I will call on Deputy Speaker to take over the presiding of this debate, since it would not be appropriate for me to be presiding over a debate that has the Speaker as a subject matter. Deputy Speaker Marconi Lial, unfortunately, has not been well and was not able to remain today, and therefore we have the Honorable Member for Cayo North stepping in. Cayo West.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Development and Housing.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. It's been a while that I say Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the adoption of the report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee following its meeting held on the 11th October 2023, pursuant to Standing Order 74-1A of the House of Representatives Motion 2023. Mr. Speaker, I move, be it resolved that this Honorable House adopts the report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, which has agreed that the Honorable Leader of the Opposition and member for Mesopotamia apologize in writing to the Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives. And be it further resolved, Mr. Speaker, that this apology be delivered no later than 5 p.m. on the 31st October 2023.
Mr. Speaker, let me give you a little history of what happened. The leader of opposition wrote to Madam Speaker, and I won't read the letter in its entirety, but I'll take out the portions that I believe are important. And he accused Madam Speaker, and this is what's written in the letter, he accused Madam Speaker of being a complete waste of time, of being a shield of government, of being shamelessly misinterpreting or misapplying standing orders to protect the Prime Minister, of being a complete biased speaker, and of being a partisan hack. I will also read, Madam Speaker, a letter written by the Honorable Patrick Farber, who I believe sits on the other side. Member for Collett. Member for Collett. My apologies, you understand, apologies are given when one is not doing things in the proper format. So I apologize, member from Collett. Yeah, I don't know. The letter is dated the 11th of October 2023, Mr. Speaker, and it's addressed to the Honorable Julius Espat, Chairman, Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, Independence Hill, Belmopan. Subject: response to the opposition leader's letter dated 10th of August 2023. With your permission, member from Collett, I'll read the letter. Dear Mr. Chairman, please accept my regrets for not being physically present for today's meeting. It is my understanding from your committee's correspondence that the matter of the letter written to about Madam Speaker will be on today's agenda. As a member of the opposition, I wish to formally distance myself from the comments made by the leader of the opposition, Honorable Dr. Shine Barrow. I would have removed the doctor, by the way. In his letter dated 10 August 2023. You are going to be a doctor. Yes, but he is not a doctor. They say people that get those kind of doctorate degrees should not put it as part of their description. That's what they say. And the ones that do have an ego that is far surpasses any one of us. Let me continue with the letter. It is crucial to uphold the principle that every office and position, particularly within our esteemed institution, be treated with the utmost respect. We agree with you. The way the Speaker of the Honorable House was addressed in the mentioned correspondence is not reflective of the respect and decorum we should maintain. We agree with you. If there are genuine concerns or disagreements regarding the procedures or decisions in the House, they ought to be communicated in a manner that is both constructive and respectful. The nature of the letter from the leader of the opposition was neither. I repeat, the nature of the letter from the leader of the opposition was neither. The role of the Speaker is integral to the proper functioning of our democratic process, and as such must always be approached with due reverence and respect. We agree with you, sir. I trust that this committee will note my position on this matter and will continue to uphold the values and principles that our institution stands for. Letter written by the Honorable Member from Collett. No, the member from Collett, for the record, did not vote at the meeting because he was not present at the meeting. The only thing he did was present us with this letter. Mr. Speaker, I've already explained what was written by the leader of the opposition. I have given a response by his member from the other side, the member from Collett, and the recommendation is for an apology. But what does it mean when one gives an apology? This might help the leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker. Hopefully it does. It says, apology helps us to move past our anger and prevents us from being stuck in the past. One of the reasons to give an apology. Offering an apology implies that they have harmed another person in some way which can elicit feelings of shame. So we understand. We are human beings. We make mistakes. You have to acknowledge your mistake, as I just did with the member from Khalid by mentioning his name instead of his title. But it goes further, Mr. Speaker. It says, people who cannot or refuse to apologize often have such deep feelings of low self-worth that their fragile egos cannot absorb the blow of admitting that they were wrong. Mr. Speaker, we don't have to be friends in this arena. It is an arena. But we have to have respect. What is more concerning to me is that the letter was written to a Madam Speaker. It was written to one of our women of this country. And we have to have respect for our women, our mothers, our wives, our daughters. That, I believe, crosses the line a little bit more than it would have been a Mr. Speaker. We all make mistakes, honorable member of the opposition. Some of us on this side have paid more dearly for those mistakes. I plead to you, be above the fray. Let us continue. We want an opposition. We need an opposition. As the Prime Minister says, be a man. Honor this house. Honor your party. Honor your legacy, or what's left of it, because your father nearly destroyed it. I apologize for talking about your pa. But he and I remember he quite clearly, because he used to beat you up, remember? And I never had no fun for beating up back. But he gone, and you're here. And so, it's important, leader of the opposition, that you be a leader. True leaders acknowledge when they're wrong. True leaders apologize when there is a need. And secondly, we need a viable opposition. We need the gentleman from Khalid. I don't like here where he said he sound like mosquito in my ears, but I have to. I know he can be a doctor, so maybe he will speak a little bit more eloquently. No, Dr. Fly, the one on the next side, a little bit farther down. He is a true doctor. We need him on that side. I'll create no problem, because if you do a by-election to take him out, then you only have, well, I'm not sure, because that one not come. That one they rarely come. I think only you left, member from Albert. and no problem. So I will leave it as that. Mr. Leader of the Opposition, be a man. Do the right thing. Apologize to a woman. Apologize to the leader of this arena. That's the chairman, the speaker, the person that has the authority. And I can tell you, compared to Humpy Dumpy, That's an honorable speaker. Thank you very much.
I recognize a member of the opposition for Mr. Potemir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How nauseating to listen to this member from Cayo South. You know, I will apologize on behalf of my father for the mental instability that he has caused you, because he used to lick you so bad that you've lost your brain capacity. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
on a point of order.
What's the point of order?
Imputing improper.
What's the point of order?
38.5, Mr. Speaker, imputing improper motive, treating, insulting the member from Cayo South. Mr. Speaker, kindly.
Point, Leader of the opposition, please.
Mr. Speaker, you allowed the member from Cayo South to go on a diatribe and make all types of offensive and insulting statements. So,
Leader of the opposition, please caution you, stick to the point.
But the member from Cayo South talking about decorum in this house is like a rat protesting against the missing cheese. You have absolutely zero moral authority, and neither do your colleagues. And then you want to talk about gender. You want to make this a gender issue. When the member from Alberts, in this honorable house that you claim should have required by its members the greatest reverence, in this honorable house, the member from Orange Walk South said things to the member from Alberts that I dare not even repeat because it was so reprehensible. And none of you did anything. And even the speaker did not require any house committee meeting of the Privileges and Standing Order House Committee. Did not send that matter there. So spare me the hypocrisy. It can't be gender at your convenience. It has to be gender all the time. And I remember that the member from Alberts wrote to the speaker and asked the speaker to address the matter in a formal setting. No text was good enough. She wanted the member to apologize in the honorable house. To, as you say, be a man. Right? Right? And none of you called any house committee meeting to adapt any report from the house committee to require the member from Orange Walk South to offer an apology. In fact, I remember when the member from Alberts asked the speaker about it, the speaker said, there's nothing I can do, nothing I can do. So spare me all of the pontification in relation to gender. Now, when it comes to this matter, the House Committee has absolutely no jurisdiction on this matter. These standing orders, whether you read it in paper or you read it in the book, do not govern the interactions or the conduct of members outside of this honorable house. So don't make a mockery of the standing orders. And you should know, because you had to be dragged out of the honorable house member from Cayo South because of your despicable and disgraceful behavior and your refusal to listen to the speaker. So you are nobody to talk about reverence for speaker and institution. You won in court because your party got in and the Attorney General didn't even show up. Right? But again, the standing orders govern the conduct of members in the house. That is why if I go outside of this house and say, you corrupt, you're the thief all the money, the ministry, infrastructure, I will be subject to a lawsuit. In here, I can be shielded by immunity. So the standing orders make a clear distinction as to conduct in the Honorable House and conduct outside of the Honorable House. If you want to amend the standing orders, that is something that we should discuss. If you want to seek clarification, if you want to expand the rights of the Speaker outside of the Honorable House, you want to contemplate that, then do so. But don't try to make it up as you go along and now want to govern the conduct of members outside the Honorable House. I'll give you an example, Mr. Speaker. I could recall writing to the clerk on matters relating the House. And because I did not put it on my letterhead, the clerk told me that that letter, I can't accept it. It's not official. And in this instance, I responded to the Speaker, not on my letterhead, in an email, and they have tried to turn this into a witch hunt with co-conspirators, political enemies from all sides, right? When it comes, but when it comes to the member from Orange Walk South, right? Nobody cares. You could talk to a woman however you want, an honorable member of this House, however you want, and there will be no consequences. Yet in this instance, Mr. Speaker, the criticisms that we have for the Speaker of the House are well in order, regardless of what anyone tries to say in order to score political points. We all agree on this side that we are taken advantage of in this House, that we are silenced, that there is great misapplication of the standing orders, great misinterpretations of the standing orders by the Speaker, and we have a right to voice those complaints. When I send the Speaker a notice of a no-confidence motion for the hapless and hopeless member from Orange Walk Central, and that he should go, when they were in opposition, our Speaker, as much as you tried to ridicule him, allowed you to bring your no-confidence motion. The Speaker of the House, I sent the notice of the no-confidence motion 8 days before the sitting of the House. And the Speaker of the House waited until the night before to deny the no-confidence motion. That is a waste of time. And anyone that conducts business in the Honorable House in that fashion, with complete disregard for the opposition and the points that they want to advocate, is a waste of time. And I will make no apologies for that. The Speaker was a PUP, card-carrying member of the PUP, a PUP candidate, a PUP women's group member. It is a fact. So when we make these assertions, it is for the Speaker to uphold the highest standards and reflect on her behavior that would cause members to make such positions. You have the member from Pickstock threatened me in this Honorable House, told me to come outside, right? To come outside, huh? All right? Threatening violence, and we find that funny, right? We find that funny. That is hilarious. Yes, right? You see the double standards? Yet, when the Speaker is constantly misapplying the standing orders, and again, in relation to the election and boundaries matter, that is one of the most brazen misapplications, misinterpretations of the standing order. The election and boundaries matter was settled. It was not alive.
Speaker, on a point of order, 38.1, please inform the Leader of the Opposition he's supposed to stick to the matter. That is the motion. We don't have anything here about the election and boundaries.
Leader of the Opposition,
As I repeat myself, please stick to your point. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, just as you gave the member from Kayo South the ability to give history and context, I am giving my history and context that led to the point where the communications, yes, there was a decision by the Speaker on the election and boundaries matter. That was a misinterpretation of the standing orders.
The opposition,
Yes, Speaker.
please stick to your point, and please do not correct me as I am in this chair. Thank you.
And that is another problem. The Speaker is not God. This is not a dictatorship. You like to talk about dictatorship? No, this is, the standing order said that all members should be held with equal reverence.
Leader of the opposition, please.
I am allowed to disagree with you. I'm following the standing orders. You stood and I said.
Leader of the opposition, please. We don't want to implement 44.3. I will avoid from.
I will comply.
So please stick to your point and make your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no one more shameful than you, sir. But, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, there have been constant misinterpretations of the standing orders. When members have a right to come into this honorable house, whether it is on the intervention, whether it is on an urgent matter, whether it is on a privileged motion, whatever it is, members have a right to their voice. And if the Speaker is acting in a fashion that is injuring and infringing on those rights, he or she will be called out. And I make absolutely no apologies for calling out the Speaker's actions. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Orange Walk East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I get into my contribution to this very important motion, I really was taken aback that the leader of the opposition would take insults hurled at the member for Kayo South, but in the context of utilizing mental health. We just passed a mental health policy in this country where we need to understand, he needs to know how you speak. He's trying to disrespect the Belizean people who are suffering from mental health. But Mr. Speaker, he need to apologize to all those Belizeans. Yes, that's right. Mr. Speaker, colleagues in this honorable house, and of course our Belizean people that are listening, I rise today to address this very grave importance and a very important issue here, one that touches on the very principle of our democratic governance and the mutual respect that should underpin our interactions within this esteemed chamber. The leader of the opposition, as you've seen and heard just a while ago, has unfortunately chosen a path that undermines these principles. This House, the very symbol of our democracy, demands a level of respect and dignity that the leader of the opposition has seemingly disregarded. The Honorable Speaker of this House, a figure of authority and respect, has been denied an apology recommended by the House Committee and supported by this motion raised today, with a deadline set for October 31st, 2023. The leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, has not only refused this recommendation, but he has also gone on public record, and he did it again today, using the media platform to voice his refusal. This is not a simple matter of personal disagreement or political maneuvering. This is a matter of institutional respect, of democratic principle, and of basic decency. The refusal to apologize, despite the recommendations and motion of this House, flouts our established procedures and undermines the dignity of our institution. It is a behavior that is unacceptable.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order.
What's your point of
If
order?
the member wants to read from a statement, he needs to ask your permission. That is in the standing orders.
Member-
Ask the permission.
I am speaking.
Leader of the
Ask the
opposition.
permission.
Leader of the opposition.
Since you know your standing orders, so ask permission.
Member for
May I proceed,
East,
Mr.
please
Speaker?
continue. Please continue.
I carry you to school one of these days. That's what Mr. Speaker, the refusal to apologize, as I was saying, despite the recommendation and motion of this House, and you know it hurt you, flouts our established procedures and undermines the dignity of our institution. As I said, it is a behavior that is unacceptable and should be condemned in the strongest terms. We must not allow such conduct to set a precedent in our democracy. It is our duty as elected officials, as representatives of the Belizean people, to uphold the honor and integrity of this House. We must not allow personal disagreements or political rivalries to overshadow that responsibility. We must show the Belizean people that we are committed to maintaining a level of decorum and respect that our positions demand and that they deserve. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the Leader of the Opposition and urge members of this House, regardless of party affiliation, let us join hands together in condemning this type of behavior. And I condemn the behavior of the Leader of the Opposition. We must send a clear message that such conduct is not representative of the standards we set for ourselves, the standards set by those who came before us, and most importantly, the standards expected by the people of Belize. I thank you.
I recognize the honorable member for Danguiga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to be reading anything specifically, so just in case it looks like I am, just to clarify. Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege of serving as the pro tem chairman for the committee meeting that we had that made the recommendations today. And I want to make some points that hopefully will clarify for the record and for the Belizean people some of the things that may have been clouded by the remarks from the member from Mesopotamia. The member has been arguing that he sent this email from outside of the House to Madam Speaker. And yes, maybe he was physically outside of the House. But if you look at the email, Mr. Speaker, it was sent to the clerk of the National Assembly. Okay, addressed to the clerk. So it came to the House. And it was signed by him as Honorable Dr. Shineborough, sorry, member from Kaya South. Yeah. Leader of the opposition, House of Representatives, and MP for Mesopotamia. Both of those, in my view, clearly make it a document within the House of Representatives. Isn't that clear? So the member is trying to make up his own rules with respect to what is and what is not going to be dealt with in terms of proper conduct, proper behavior. And I want to join all our colleagues on this side, and hopefully most on that side, in commending the member from Colette for putting down on record what he felt was proper decorum and what he felt was behavior that was unbecoming of his own leader. Very clearly written in that letter, which we did put on the record as he had requested.
So I think it is very important for the Belizean people to understand these things clearly, that we cannot make up the rules as we go because we feel that it will suit us this way, and because we don't like what is being done that is clearly exposing us to these certain behaviors. And when we don't like that, then we say that the standing orders are not providing for the decision of the committee. But I will go to the minutes of that meeting, Mr. Speaker, with your permission. And I will read from it. This time I'm asking your permission to read from it. A couple of the points that were in that in the minutes. In point number 2.3, the Honorable Barrow then informed the committee that the pro tem chair needs to acquaint himself with the standing orders because a motion would have to be moved to bring such matter to the House Committee. Point 2.3. Then point 2.4, the committee was referred to the announcement made by the Speaker on the 11th of August 2023, and a portion of the announcement was read by the Deputy Clerk. And I will read a part of that. It really is a matter for the Privileges Committee pursuant to the Standing Order 74-1A. Point 2.5. The Pro Tem Chair then referred the members to Standing Order 74-1A, which gives the committee the power, quote, to hold meetings on their own initiative without having the matter referred to them by the House, close quotes. So the member from Mesopotamia cannot make up rules along the way and try to misguide the Belizean public. I saw his reports in the news media making this argument that the committee was out of order in addressing the matter, when clearly it is provided for, and when clearly his letter was between himself and the National Assembly, and so falls squarely within the House of Representatives. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Corozal North.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, here we are debating a report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee with respect to a situation that evolved here in the House of Representatives in the auspices of this chamber. We established a committee basically to determine and decide upon what transpired between members of this House. We use an instrument to actually determine whether a person needs to do A, B, C, or D. But how ironic we stand here today while taking an instrument, while using a House committee to measure the conduct of any individual person, and at the same time, we had a member of this House that forms part of the cabinet, practically saying offensive behavior, discriminating behavior, insinuating things that were very offensive, particularly to the women and to the children of this country. And yet, at no point in time did we see any kind of House committee being formed to address that matter. If we're going to talk about equity, if we're going to talk about fairness, I think that this is the right time to say, look, if we're going to apply the rule to one, we have to apply the rule to all. So that if you're asking one member to submit an apology at a given date and time, I think we are to take a stance and say, look, if there is anybody else within the House that has done or committed an offense or has done anything to the legs, I think that that person needs to be held accountable in the same manner. If we're going to ask apologies, Mr. Speaker, I think everybody has to apologize. so that my advice going forward is for us to apply the rules equitable. We as opposition are simply saying, look, we feel that at some point in time, we're not allowed the kind of leverage that those in the other side have. All we're saying is, look, be equal to us and let's play on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable for Caribbean Shores.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon to all my colleagues and members of the gallery. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to join the members of this Honorable House who have provided their support, offered their support for this very important motion today, as well as my colleague on the other side, the member for Collett, for chiming in, and I might say in a very strategic way. I think he had gotten some legal guidance when he wrote that letter without actually offering a vote at the committee. But if you need some legal backup, I can offer that for you as well. But I must commend you on the strategy that you employed in lodging your discontent and distancing yourself, rightly so, from the letter that the leader of the opposition wrote to the chair of this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, I have been here now proudly representing the good people of Caribbean Shores for 8 years. And in the 5 years that we were in opposition, and Honorable Julius, member for Cayo South, could tell you that we were, of course, subjected to
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, we are having a debate. The standing order is the standing order is 38. I get to tell you my point of order. I get to tell you my point of order.
The member haven't yielded.
I am giving you a point of order, Speaker.
The member haven't yielded.
He doesn't have to yield for me to give you a point of order.
What is the point of order?
38.6. A member shall not refer to another member by name. If we're going to follow the rules, let us follow the rules.
Which member are you advocating on behalf? Honorable member, you have a problem with me calling your name? Okay.
Doesn't matter what he has a problem with. Follow the rules.
Next time, let him take that issue.
Follow the rules.
Leader of the opposition.
Next time, let him take that issue up. I don't even know what your real name is, so I never call your name. You have so much name, I don't know what your name. You need to make up your mind what your name. Israel, your name, see? Your true colors come out every time. Every time you press your button, your true colors come out.
Members, please, let us remember 42B. Thank you.
So this is why, Mr. Speaker, I oftentimes don't contribute, you know, because this man short fuse, so short fuse. Protest. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, the honorable member for Cayo South and myself endured all sorts of attacks and assaults. The member for Belize Rural Central, I don't know if how far your memory go back, because I don't know if you may pay attention from prison, but the member from Belize Rural Central was the subject of the harshest of attacks from the then member for Mesopotamia. And nothing from your side. And so you come here with this double speak as you always do. And yes, it can be argued that we all signed up for this. We all signed up for the hurly-burly of politics. And I agree with you that we should not be insulting the women in the Honorable House. But we should also be cognizant, member. And I was telling my friend here, the member for Corozal South East, Florencio. I was telling the member, you know what, I am...
Member, you see how they're making a mockery of the standing orders and the speaker? 38.6, he should not refer to any member by their name. It's not funny.
Point taken, please sit down.
Like a man, I will apologize. I apologize. I was telling my friend, the member for Corozal Southeast, before you got up, and I said, you know what? I have every confidence in the member for Mesopotamia that he will apologize. I have that confidence, he can tell you. I say he's going to surprise all of us in this honorable house. And that's why I never tell you. Because there's a certain maturity that it takes, member, to be the leader of the House of Representatives. A certain respect and reverence, as the member for College says, for the chair of this honorable house. You have taken it to a whole other level. Our entire democracy is founded on this level of respect that you clearly don't have for the highest seat in this honorable house. And instead of apologizing, again to my surprise, because I thought you would have, because like I said, I've borne witness to how many years of your father not once attacking the chair, you know. In all his 20-odd years or more, attacking the chair, whether it's a UDP chair or a PUP chair, he never did that because he understood the seat, the importance that the seat has. And as much as he disrespected us and we disrespected him right back, we never guided that to the chair. And so that is why I had every confidence, and I still have confidence, that before the 31st of October, you, the member, will demonstrate a modicum of respect, a modicum of decency. And I know that is very difficult because humility doesn't come natural to you. I mean, we know you are a barrow, and we know you come from P. Diddy's camp. Nobody not got no respect for nobody. But I want to remind you, you're no longer in that bad boy life, member. You're no longer in that bad boy life. And so this house, that a people's house, just always remember that. Always remember that we on this side, we want to see you continue as leader. You know, make it hard for we. Because you got the member, you say they cross the floor. I nervous now because I said, no man, we need this man to be leader into the next election. So let us continue. We will give you that support, brother, but work with women, work with we. And do the right thing and apologize. And remember this is not P. Diddy house, it's the people's house. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be brief. I want to align myself with the comments of my colleagues. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, where I used to work before, there was a huge saying on the wall that said, we can disagree, but we can't disrespect. And throughout my life experiences, I've had many times I've disagreed with people vehemently, and have had those disagreed with me as well, but never disrespectful, Mr. Speaker. And in one way, I think we're kind of fighting for the soul of this country. This is a public house. This is what we call primetime television. I believe the most of any one show or any one event that the Belizean people are watching or listening to is this House of Representatives, Mr. Speaker. And in the past, my little bit of parliamentary knowledge, you know, the parliamentarians from abroad would research how they write and appeal to the better angels or appeal to proper communication, to be innovative in how you would debate and disagree with your opponents. We now seem to not be following that, Mr. Speaker. And what I think is annoying is that children see this, children hear this, and they take their cues from these type of debates. Nothing is wrong with people having different opinions. We all know that. I mean, even in my home, you know, there's always debates with my children. They're growing up, and I encourage them to to have disagreements with me where we can talk and we show each other the different points, but never to disrespect one another, Mr. Speaker. And I'm beginning to wonder, where are we going to go as a country? Are we going to now get into all sorts of negative language that sometimes we hear on the streets that is not appropriate? Or are we going to be able to have healthy debate on the issues facing this country? Because there's a lot of challenging issues facing this country, Mr. Speaker. And I would wish the leader of the opposition would apologize. He will lose nothing, and the contrary, I think he would earn a lot of kudos from many people in that. You don't disrespect the chair, and I think, as a former colleague said, it goes a little bit more on the rough side when it, especially how you disagree with a female, how you disagree with a female it does makes it a little bit more darker. I also want to speak, I remember the former speaker, I go call his name, Michael Terrafeet. Yes. The former speaker, I remember he one time made a comment in this house that he was watching when the children debate occurred. And he said he was very concerned at the language sometimes they would be getting into because what? They were following the example of this house. So I trust the leader would apologize and let us try to elevate our disagreement. I don't expect him to agree, but not to disrespect. Thank you.
I recognize the honorable member for Fort George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was waiting until the member from Corozal North returned because I wanted to congratulate him in person, Mr. Speaker. He was brave enough to stand there in this honorable house and advise his leader to apologize to the Speaker. It was very clear that the member from Corozal North was saying that the leader of the opposition should apologize. It's very easy, leader of the opposition, very simple. Do it on behalf of the people of Mesopotamia who you represent. Well, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition likes to say that he reads and understands the standing orders. But I wonder if he had skipped over Standing Order 38.8, which says very clearly that the conduct of the Speaker shall not be questioned other than in a substantive motion. The conduct of the Speaker shall not be questioned other than in a substantive motion. And as a member from Dangriga said very clearly, when the leader of the opposition sent that email to the clerk of the National Assembly, he was not seeing it as a private citizen. He was seeing it as a member of this House of Representatives, Mr. Speaker. And he very clearly wanted it to be read into the record of this House of Representatives. So it's very clear that the House Committee, the Foreign Affairs Committee, had every right to look at what was said because it was directed towards the Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think that the leader of the opposition, he has proven time again that he doesn't understand the rules, the functions, the procedures in this House. He said there that he has the right to disagree with the Speaker, and absolutely. No, everybody can disagree. But when the Speaker makes an order, you have to respect that order. All you can say, like if you're in a court of law, I'm guided, Madam Speaker, or I'm guided, Mr. Speaker, I might not agree. But you cannot say that we are going to vehemently insult and say these types of language, use this type of language towards the chair. Because when he is saying that towards the Speaker, he is insulting not only the holder of that post, but he's insulting this entire honorable House. Because that chair, the Speaker's chair, holds authority in this House of Representatives, and it must be respected. As a member from College said very clearly, the Speaker's role, the person who holds that post, must be treated with the proper decorum, must be treated with the right respect, and certainly the member from Mesopotamia, the leader of the opposition, violated those principles in that particular email, and certainly the very least he can do is apologize to the Speaker, apologize to the country, apologize because of this pattern of behavior that he seems to always bring when he comes to this honorable House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member for Cayo South. Yielded to honorable member for Colette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, I have been here a very long time. I heard my friend from Caribbean Shores said 8 years. I'm here this year for 20 years, and I've witnessed, I believe, 7 speakers. I think I have the same number of years as my friend from Freetown, and I think we are second only to the Prime Minister and the member from Lake Independence. So I've seen a lot. I have been on the opposition side before, and I have spent a very comfortable time on the government side of this honorable house. You know my position. I made my position very clear in the letter, and to be honest with you, it makes me very uncomfortable to see so many PUPs agree with me in this honorable house today. I'm glad that you didn't make any space in a hurry for me over there, because that ain't happening. But Mr. Speaker, in my time in this honorable house, I have witnessed a lot with speakers as well. And I will tell you something. There were times when I felt attacked by our own speaker, if you call it that, because the member or the leader of the opposition is right that quite often the people who are appointed to the position of speaker are people who have had some kind of political experience in one way or the other for the ruling party. Let's not get away from that. But that does not stop an individual, once assuming the seat of speaker in this honorable house, from being professional. And professionalism is what this is all about. Another member from Mesopotamia, a past member, and when we were the first time in terms of my span in this house, here in this honorable house sitting over here, I remember there was a demonstration outside, and the then speaker, Bet Zabane, was to me very, very wrong in some of the pronouncements that she made against the opposition. We were very angry. We were very angry, and I remember being a junior member then, I believe it was my first term, that I was encouraged by that member from Mesopotamia, let's go forward, we are storm out, and of course we had protesters outside, so we went outside. And when we went outside, Mr. Speaker, when we went outside, the media was out there, and the media pushed microphones in our face, and I didn't say anything, not because I was any smarter, but because I was junior to my colleague, and my colleague said, that speaker is a bias, you fill in the blanks. It's on the record. And you know why I'm raising that, Mr. Speaker? I'm raising that because that member from Mesopotamia, in his heated moment of being angry with the speaker because the speaker wasn't, in our view, and I think we were right, being fair, being unbiased. And you know where that happened? Outside of the chambers. Didn't happen inside. The media were on the steps, I believe, and we were going down to greet the crowd that had gathered down there. And you know what that member from Mesopotamia did? The next meeting, in as much as it was a difficult thing to do, that member from Mesopotamia got up in this honorable house and said, Madam Speaker, I apologize. I hold firm to what I've said in my letter of correspondence to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee that dealt with this matter on Wednesday last. Because I hold firm to my belief, and I will tell you that the leader of the opposition is not wrong. I have some concerns about some of the things that happen in here in terms of how the speaker rules as well, but as many have pointed out before, it is improper for us to talk about that in here. And in fact, there is a proper way of registering our complaint when that is the case. So it is out of no ill will or malice that I wrote my position to the committee, and I stand firm with what I've said. But I also wish, Mr. Speaker, to place on record what my other colleagues have said, because they fail to highlight those members on that side who have used my letter to make their points. There is a section of my letter that says, it is crucial to uphold the principle that every office and position, particularly within our esteemed institution, be treated with the utmost respect. And in fact, while you celebrate today me saying that the respect needs to be there for Madam Speaker, we must also have respect for each other. And there are times, so I join my colleague from Corozal North in saying that there are things that have been said in this house that have been left just as is. I have been insulted many times, called a boy, called mentally unfit, all sorts of names on the record. But you are, to some extent, it is understood that there will be jarring across the floor. But when it comes to the Speaker, in my opinion, that ought to be sacred. It is like, Mr. Speaker, sorry, I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Speaker. I'm just used to having Madam in the chair. I equate it to a football game, which many Belizeans will understand. And I am no athlete, but I used to be. Judas behave, man, and I try. Sorry, member for Kaya South. But it is like a football game. You might not like the call that the ref is making. The ref might be, that's the first time I heard the word bias, I remember as a child growing up, was because I was at one of those basketball games that the Raiders used to dominate. Remember for Lekai? And there was, you remember Keith, whether Keith was a statistician, what the name? Keith Mala. Keith the holla, your bias ref, your bias. He's not a player, but he's on the sideline. And that was when I first heard the word bias. But he can say that, Keith Mala used to say that because he's my very good friend, by the way, my scouting brother. He used to be able to say that on the sidelines as a fan, you know, saying that. It was anybody else saying that about the Speaker, that's fine, but in here, it's a different thing. If that referee makes a call that is contrary to what you feel is correct, and you may well be correct, you can't cuss out the ref, you can't tell off the ref, you can't do that. And that's simply my point. That is where I am at. I am happy that my friend from Kaya South, who is the chair of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, although he was not in the chair at the time of Wednesday's meeting, I am happy that he made the clarification. And I don't want to go into that, but if it is a vote you're looking for, it ain't going to happen. I want to make that clear, because I am a UDP, and I am not in any kind of way siding with the People's United Party or with the government, but I am standing up for what I believe is correct as it relates to decorum in this honorable House. And so, Mr. Speaker, again, you know my position. Many members over there have articulated it, elucidated it, whatever description you want to put to what they've done to it. That is my position. Thank you, sir.
Recognize the member for Kayosok, or the Honorable Prime Minister, member for Orange Walk Central.
Madam, Mr. Speaker, I was not going to really say much because a lot has been said, and I agree with you, member from Colette. You're very I guess the years of you being in the House, both in opposition and on the government side, has allowed you to work with such maturity that we go after one another, and it's never, certainly has never been personal for myself. And the time when I mentioned to you of like my boy, I was not really referring to you as a Belize boy. It was more the way we speak in Belize, boy, behave yourself kind of thing. But it was not that I was referring to you as being just a little boy. You know, and you asked me to apologize, and I apologize because it was not, she was not trying to be derogatory to you in that sense. And so everybody kind of accept a little bit of this kind of going after one another. Of course, sometimes we overdo, and we should not go down that road. But you are absolutely right that the speaker is a different thing. That the speaker is a person in charge of this house, just like a referee. We may not agree with the speaker, but we have to respect and abide by his or her ruling. You remember when Michael Perifit, Miriam, how Michael Perifit used to treat me? I mean, that guy was, I mean, I can't even find the words right now to describe. He was a bully, continues to be a bully, but especially in the house, he was so bad.
Members.
Michael Perifit was so bad as speaker and uncontrollable that even the then Prime Minister had to change him. They changed him because he was really, really bad. Well, with Miss Langsworth, you know, we knew that she's a UDP, and we knew that she would do whatever the Prime Minister then tells her to do. But she was a lady, and she behaved like one, and we treated her with decorum, and we treated her with respect. There are many times when she was ruling against us, but at no time we dared to call her names. There are many times several times they never accept my questions, you know. Questions when I thought that we met within the standing orders. I never tell you a waste of time. I never call out or go up in public for, oh, I'm a macho man. I never call she out. You don't know macho man, my brother, when you behave like that. You're not. You're degrading yourself when you behave like that. And yes, you make it harder for we. I agree with the honorable member from Caribbean Shores. Would you allow me, my brother, to call you by name? You know, I won't call you Karim because we the brothers. There you go. Oh, he don't
No, you have to follow the standing orders. If the institution is that important to you, follow the orders. But it's a joke to you guys. It's a joke.
The honorable member from Caribbean Shore is 100% right. All of us on this side, we want to make you sit down on a seat, you know, we want to make you stay there. But you didn't make it difficult. You're making it difficult. We want you to stay there for 2025 for the next general election, because with you there, I could guarantee you the People's United Party is going to win the next election. So we want to make you stay there, man, but behave while leave it. You want people to overthrow you the way you behave. Or maybe they just wait the time out that after 2025, they figure they'll lose the election, and so then make it continue to behave itself like that so it'll be easier to change. But for the record, we want you to stay there. Mr. Speaker, the BQ Pitts, the late BQ Pitts, I was my first term in government. Boy, DPM. Woo! The first time I come for house meeting, when I left, I felt like they beat me up on my back with a stick. The way BQ Pitts would behave with us. I know you could complain. You don't know what it is to have a speaker where we're really, really biased. You have no clue. For the first time, we have a speaker that generally tries to be even-handed. That our members from this side sometimes get upset. You think any Speaker, under the then Prime Minister, Dean Barrow, could have ever overruled then Dean Barrow. He may have changed it immediately. But I respected that as the Speaker. I know my colleagues were very upset over it. Yes, I know, I said they agree, and it's true. But at the end of the day, we need to respect the Speaker. No matter where ruling, he may not be happy with the ruling, but he or she is the Speaker of this House. Now, I need to correct something, because, again, you just get up here and just say anything will come to your head. And then if we do not correct you, people won't believe it is true. I was thinking, and the honorable member from Fojas was right. What ruling did this Madam Speaker did when it comes to Elections and Boundaries Commission? There's no such ruling. There's no such ruling. I checked with her. If you want to, oh God, that's another matter. There's no such ruling.
But she made her decision.
She has made no ruling when it comes to the Elections and Boundaries Commission, and that is the fact. Now to the member from Albert, when the honourable member from Orange Walk South made some comment which she took offence to, the member did send a message and apologizing to the honourable member from Albert. The member from Orange Walk South did go publicly to the media and apologize to the member from Albert. Now, after the fact, when that happened, nobody in this House, even the members on the other side, got up on a point of order. Nobody. The own people on the other side did not get up and ask for a point and made a point of order. The honourable member from Albert afterwards wrote the Speaker of the House, and the Speaker, along with the clerk, tried to guide her as to what is it that needs to be done. And the clerk mentioned to her that the member would need to table a complaint to the respective committee. And the honourable member from Albert decided not to do so. Had she done that the way we have done it, that we said this is going to go to the House committee, then she would have, then the same thing would have happened, that the committee would have then decided whether the member from Orange Walk South would have had to apologize or not. The point that we are trying to make here, Mr. Speaker, again, that the hurly-burly of politics, sometimes we go overboard. I agree. And when we do that, then we try to pull back and do the right thing and apologize. But the Speaker of the House is sacrosanct. We cannot allow the Speaker to be disrespected in the way that the Leader of the Opposition has done. Because once you do that, then the Speaker is going to lose control of the House, and we cannot allow that to happen. If the Leader of the Opposition can be, I use the word magnanimous, but if he could be a little bit mature and a little bit humble, he would do the right thing, which is to apologize to the Speaker of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I promise I will be brief. There is a lot of moral grandstanding on this issue in the House. We all agree that there must be a level of professionalism. There must always be a level of respect. There must be a level of decorum. And that should not apply to me because I am a woman. It should apply to me because I'm a member of the National Assembly. So these token approaches to create a gender issue is really a concern to me. Mr. Speaker, not only has the member from Orange Walk South been grossly disrespectful to me, but the member from Orange Walk Central, our Honorable Prime Minister himself. If you want to be treated as a lady, you must act like what? Really? I agree that we must respect the ruling of the Speaker. But the kind of attacks I have received in this honorable house, and don't tell me about semantics, take it to the Privileges Committee. The member from Orange Walk South was adamant that he would not apologize to me in this National Assembly. Absent and all, the meeting following the gross disrespect, not only to me, Mr. Speaker, to his mother, to his wife, to his sister, to the Speaker of the House, to his female colleagues on the opposition, on the government side. Because when you disrespect one, you disrespect all. So that disrespect didn't only land on my shoulders, Mr. Speaker. And so, I am going to be guided when I agree with the member from Kaya South, when he spoke to the media yesterday. He said, you can say anything in this house, but when you're done, you say, mea culpa, mea culpa. I am still waiting for the member from Orange Walk South to say, mea culpa, and for the member of Orange Walk Central to say, mea culpa. So all this...
Everybody do it by October 31st and we're done?
Yes. And that would have been my suggestion. If we are going to set a date when we are going to reset the decorum of this house, then let us set the date. The suggestion from the chairman of the committee is October 31st. Hopefully, there will be a meeting or something in writing by all members who have disrespected women and two, disrespected colleagues in this national house in such a blatantly disrespectful way. You see, the member of Orange Walk South felt that if he called me, on the advice of his wife, he told me, on a phone after I left the house meeting, that was sufficient. He didn't insult me on the phone. He didn't insult me in the public domain. He insulted me and disrespected me in this National Assembly, Mr. Speaker. So, all the chest pumping, all the moral grandstanding needs to be put in proper context. You know what the nursery rhymes say? We're good for the goose, good for the gander. And so I am once more, through this medium, asking the member from Orange Walk Central and asking the member from Orange Walk South, asking the member from Belize Rural South to apologize to the women of this country for the level of disrespect that has been hurled at me in this National Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member for Cayo South.
Gideon? Member from Colette, we don't expect you to be on this side. I was sent a message from your brothers from the lodge. They're proud of your stance today. The PUP members of the lodge. Prime Minister, I have to disagree with you. I think I have the record, not the amount of time, but the record of the amount of insults that a member has received from a sitting prime minister in this country. I believe I have the record because I have a little paper, I'm gonna leave black book, but this size, 2 inches wide, 3 inches long, where I used to write down what the member from that time from Queen Square used to hurl at me, and I was a first-time member, so I could understand what happened to you during, I don't want to say the years, but I could understand how you felt, Prime Minister. But, you see, this is now a good thing that's happening, because I like to look at the glass full and not the glass half empty. Half full, not half empty. We have a problem in the House of Representatives. I came into the House of Representatives believing that this was an arena or this was a house that was comparable to a church, that a church is to religion. Maybe a Jew like you would understand a synagogue to religion, what a National Assembly is to governance. To me, when I was growing up and educated in Belize, it was supposed to be a sacred ground. That is what my image of it was. Lo and behold, in 2012, that image was torn to pieces when we came into an arena that was more like a coliseum, where gladiators came out and attacks were hurled and defense had to be put in place. And so I am not an aggressor by nature, but I became a good defense player. I stood my ground and I defended what I believed was right and wrong. And yes, I probably did it in more of an aggressive way that one would like one to do it. But what else can you expect when the aggression that was hurled at us was unimaginable? And so I am blaming both past PUP governments, past UDP governments, that they have lacked one thing, and I think this speaker, I'll get to her soon, this speaker wants to make it better. This speaker is doing a lot of things, and the member from Colette has been in, and the member from Albert has been in some of those, and the member from Mesop has been in some of those meetings that we have had to be able to enhance our code of ethics, our code of conduct in this house. So, we're all wrong. We got to better it. I agree with your member from Albert. We should all apologize. If nobody wants to apologize, I will apologize for any member on this side that has caused you any hurtful feeling. And you know that we know each other from way back. When you are a supporter on this side, when you are a supporter on that side, we love you the two-way. We have to better how we conduct ourselves in this house, period. You might not like it, the member from Mesop, but we have to do it. As I said, a true leader knows when he is wrong and apologizes. The good Lord gave us that advice. No matter which religion you aspire to be or support, it's the same one man, and he leads us in that direction. But, yeah, I apologize for that. It could be something that we don't know what it is. Supreme being, is that how a doctor would say it? So, supreme being. But let me just clarify a couple things. I was insulted today by the leader of the opposition when he said that I was mental. You remember that member from Lekai? I remember he took that from his father, because that's your father's description, not yours. But there are two sides to being mental. I look at it this way. This is the glass full. A mental man, during the last election, won by over 3,000 votes. That's mental, isn't it, Prime Minister? A mental man took the Speaker of the House, who threw me out, to court and won. Mental. A mental minister saved this government over $65 million. A mental minister has built over 400 homes for the impoverished people of this country. Then you look at the glass half full, and a mental man goes into a nightclub and shoots like crazy. Half empty? All right, half empty. And then a mental man kicks a wife down the steps. And then a mental man uses titles that he does not deserve academically to describe himself. Mental, take it how you want. It is just how you feel about what you do. And then, Mr. Speaker, I come from the construction industry, 30 years working hard on the ground. And as a supervisor, you're going to the sites. The guys that build road would understand. And then you meet these professionals. And I talk professionals from the drain cleaners to the engineers. And when they make a mistake, give you an example, a carpenter makes a mistake. You know, I say, I cut the wall wrong. I say the jigsaw, me twist. The saw never got no power. The dust me in my eye. That's why the work come out bad. The mason says the level, the little bubble that's in the level was not properly done, so that when he put the level, the thing may stand 45 degrees instead of 180 degrees. The engineer say the levels that the surveyor put down were wrong. It wasn't the wrong level that I put into the computer to design the road. The architect say, I told the draftsman to draw it straight.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, the standing orders clearly prohibit irrelevance and just repetition. And this mental man is engaging in irrelevance and repetition being a waste of time.
Leader of the opposition, please apologize. Please take that back.
I apologize.
Mr. Speaker, you see, when he's being lectured, he's starting to understand. I think he reflects what the member from Caribbean Shores said. We need you there, my brother. We need you there. But what I'm trying to say is professionals, when they do wrong, instead of saying that they're wrong, they blame their tools. They blame somebody else. A real man, a real professional accepts when he is wrong, apologizes, learns from his mistakes, and move on. And I didn't mean man in a wrong way, member from Albert. My apologies for that. Man, woman. I will close, Mr. Speaker, because we have said it all. But I want to go back to what a real doctor said. Dr. Eugene Zabane. How many doctorates you got, Doc? Huh? Dr. Zabane. Not the one real doctor, that's an aspiring doctor, that I'm not sure. The real doctor made reference to what is right and what is wrong. He made reference to what the procedure was supposed to be, and he made it clear what the authority of the committee had, and he also made it clear the ultimate authority in this house, like it or not, is the Speaker. I will put this on the record. Prime Minister alluded to it. I necessarily not allude, I say that it is. I have had differences with our Speaker because I have thought that in the past she has been too fair with you guys. I have mentioned to her that she has allowed you to speak more than you should. She has allowed you to object more than you should. She has allowed you to do more. If I was the Speaker, you wouldn't even open your mouth. But she is the Speaker. And I haven't disrespected her. I respect the seat and the position that she holds. And I could say this publicly of how I disagreed with her because she knows me well. And she don't care if I disagree neither. She and do what she believes is right or wrong. And we got mutual friends, you know. She and I got mutual friends, and we whispering at my ears and whispering at she ears. It doesn't matter. But this Speaker, and I can compare her to two speakers. I can't how much you got? 520? I'm not sure. I only dealt with two previous speakers. One, I don't really want to go there. So we are taking out of the formula. The second speaker was a lady. I also did not agree with the second speaker on many things, but I respected her. She come from what you call true red UDP camp. But the older kind, the respectful ones, the ones that have integrity, the ones, I wish we had some of them there right now. That lady gained my respect. And I told her in the house, I've told her outside of the house, I have even went to a conference with her. And I'll give you the story. At the conference, I think members were there. They said they want the member from Kayo South give the closing remarks at this Commonwealth Parliamentary Association conference about my speaker. I say, well, I say, yeah. I said, yeah, people must get a call for somebody back home because they want me to give a presentation about my speaker. I tried hard to describe her in a difficult manner and I couldn't. I told them what I believed that she was and what she stood for. You know when I make we do? You know, like primary school? Then call up the speaker when I don't give me a presentation and I say, shake hands and hug up. This is an example of the world should be in Parliament. Imagine that. Imagine that. So, I'm telling you this story because I told you the last House meeting member from Mesop, me, No got no hard feelings for you, boss. None. Sorry for calling you that. No hard feelings. It's not personal. Me and anybody that knows me has no hate in my heart. That's stress. Hate, that's stress. We are working for and on behalf of the people of Belize, and we should never forget that. We have to mutually agree to better the level of how we handle ourselves in this house, me included. I plead to you, and I know I'm going to lose the bet because I don't think you will do it. Member from Caribbean Shores and I throw a bet just now. I bet, I apologize. But in my heart, I pray and hope that you do. I prefer lose the money on the bet for the greater good of this country. You understand me what they say, member from Lake? But they tell you in your face, they come in and no hypocrite. I tell you how it is. I would have never hired you in the private sector. Never, never, never. But in here, so you're the leader of that side. Not get it wrong. Because you went abroad and they said you were the leader of the house. I think she may apologize for that too. Mr. Speaker, we all have to give this country an opportunity. 42 years, I believe. 42? How many? 42 years. We're young. We're learning. But the Speaker has, and I think it will come soon, the Speaker has spent a lot of time dealing with code of conduct. How should we handle ourselves in this house? I believe a presentation will be made to the executive pretty soon. I know a presentation will have to be made to the judiciary out of respect. I know a motion will be brought to this house. This that is happening right now and all that has happened in the history is the reason why this is happening, and I would hope that both members, not all members, participate, agree, and follow the rules from there onward. We have inherited a system of governance. We have inherited standing orders that you could say was imposed on us. We brought it from a different era. And we haven't had the time nor the interest in bettering it. This is a result of that. Let's better it. Let's find a way. Let's ease down the temperature with the Speaker. You could increase it, you and I, that's cool. But let's respect the chair. I leave that with you, Honorable Member from Messop. I prefer to lose the bet than for you to go down the wrong road. Thank you very much.
Speaker, I call for division.
The Honorable Leader of Mesopotamia.
Yes, I call for division.
Deputy Clerk, please proceed with the division.
A division has been called for the motion entitled Adoption of the Report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee following its meeting held on the 11th of October 2023 pursuant to Standing Order 74-1A of the House of Representatives, Motion 2023. Division of the House, SO number 47. When called, kindly vote. Honorable John Briceño. Honorable Cordell Hyde. Honorable Francis Fonseca. Honorable Jose Abelardo May, absent. Honorable Julius Espat. Honorable Rodwell Ferguson. Honorable Dolores Valderramos Garcia. Honorable Karim Musa. Honorable Florencio Marin Jr. Absent. Honorable Oscar Requena. Honorable Orlando Habed, absent. Honorable Anthony Mahler, absent. Honorable Henry Charles Usher. Absent. Honorable Michelle Chebat. Honorable Kevin Bernard. Honorable Abner Andre Perez. Honorable Michael Espat. Honorable Ramon Cervantes. Honorable Ramiro Ramirez. Honorable Oscar Mira. Absent. Honorable Marconi Leal. Absent. Honorable Gilroy Usher. Honorable Jorge Espat. Honorable Luis Balona. Dr. Honorable Luis Zabani. Honorable Elvia Vega Samos. Honorable Moses Barrow. Honorable Hugo Pat. Honorable Patrick Faber. Honorable Tracy Panton. Honorable Dennis Barrow. Absent.
The results are 19 yes, 2 no, 2 abstain, 8 absent. Honorable members, the question is be it resolved that this Honorable House adopts the report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, which has agreed that the Honorable Leader of the Opposition and members for Mesopotamia apologize in writing to the Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives. And be it further resolved that this apology be delivered no later than 5 p.m. on the 31st October 2023. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the bills and motions listed below pass this day. Fiscal Incentives Amendment Bill 2023, Referendum Amendment Bill 2023, an Inter-American Development Bank promoting sustainable growth in the Blue Economy Program, US $7 million loan motion 2023. As you are aware, under Standing Order number 74, all proposed legislations, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. For this do be done other than by suspension of standing orders is for me to suspend the sitting to enable the Finance and Economic Development Committee and the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the bills and motions. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those again kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Finance and Economic Development Committee and the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee conclude their business.
Presentation of reports from select committees.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number HR 223/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Fiscal Incentives Amendment Bill 2023, number HR 224/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Inter-American Development Bank promoting sustainable growth in the Blue Economy Program, US $7 million loan motion 2023.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Report from the Finance and Economic, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, Madam Speaker, number HR 225/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Referendum Amendment Bill 2023.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business, motion.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Deputy Prime Minister.
Honorable members, wait, no. Okay. Madam Speaker, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move. That's it? Okay. No, but. Now therefore, be it resolved, this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would assist the government of Belize in its efforts to mitigate the factors that can jeopardize the fisheries sector's ability to maintain its contribution to the Belizean economy in terms of marine exports and income opportunities for fisherfolk, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith.
Honorable members, the question is now, therefore, be it resolved, this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would assist the government of Belize in its efforts to mitigate the factors that can jeopardize the fisheries sector's ability to maintain its contribution to the Belizean economy in terms of marine exports and income opportunities for fisherfolk, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the Inter-American Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the Fiscal Incentives Amendment Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading for a bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentive Act number 4 of 2023 to replace the definition of MSME and to provide for matters connected herewith or incidental. I give a lengthy explanation at the first reading, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act, Act number 4 of 2023, to replace the definition of MSME and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act, Act number 4 of 2023, to replace the definition of MSME and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries.
Madam Speaker, this is the Firearms Amendment Bill 2023. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Firearms Act, Chapter 143 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to establish the Firearms and Ammunition Control Board, to empower the board to issue and revoke firearm licenses, certificate, or permit, to reform the regulatory structure in respect to firearms and ammunition, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the member for Colette.
Just to put on record, Madam Speaker, that we support this particular bill, and I think that it comes at the right time, given all that we have seen can happen with gun licenses when it is left to just one individual to decide what's going to happen. I think it is no secret that a lot has happened, especially under the present commissioner. What was it? Almost 10 gun licenses within a couple-month period, or 18-month period or so, 17 months. And to be honest with you, Madam Speaker, the nation has not really received a clear answer as to what has gone on there. So while we are moving on, and while we are moving to a system that we are hoping is much better, and I say that because in as much as it is, well, we feel that it is hard to corrupt a system with more people being the watchdogs than just one individual, the truth of the matter is, if those individuals selected, and I see the guidelines and I appreciate those guidelines, but if the fact of the matter is we don't put people of integrity, and there is some leeway in the people who are, or the constitution, the makeup of the board, that if we don't select the right people with the right integrity in terms of this body, we will see the very same problems. Now, I'm not casting any aspersions on the commissioner, but there are questions that really need to be answered as it relates to, that wasn't the first case. There was a case with this lady from Tanga, Mary Beth, and who was saying, so there are many, many questions that are left. And I hope, Mr. Minister of Home Affairs, that we are trying to get to the bottom of these things, because it can mean that in fact a good number of those licenses that are issued out there still in the wrong hands, and it could contribute to the very, very overwhelming problem that we have now with crime and violence, but particularly gun violence in this country. And so we support it. In our discussions, Madam Speaker, we had one slight little concern about the certification of competence of the applicants, and who would really do that certification. I don't know that we have any, maybe I am not into the gun world, so I don't know, but I'm not sure that we have any entity that can do that certification here in Belize. So while we put in place the framework today, I'm hoping that there is going to be additional work to ensure that all that is required in terms of this legislation is there so that we can have smooth functioning. I remember some time ago, Madam Speaker, we had a similar problem with the issuance of visas, for instance, and we put in place a committee. And I don't know that there has been any greater efficiency in terms of that process. So I just want to caution that we sometimes put in place a different structure hoping for a different result, but if we don't putting the supporting environment for the legislation to work or for the structure to work, it still won't work. And so I hope that this is just not an empty exercise. My colleague assures me, though, that we have had very good committee meetings dealing with this issue. And in fact, the participation from stakeholders has been very good. And so we are okay with supporting this bill today, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Cayo South.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, having a board consisting of 3 people instead of 1 person is, in my opinion, always a positive thing. The commissioner is, as we are all aware, is a very busy man. And so having 3 people that have the time to do the necessary vetting, I think, is positive. It will relieve him of lots of stress. And so I think that goes for transparency and accountability, which is what we all fight for. I believe that private citizens in this country should have the right to own a licensed weapon. Not all of us agree on that, but I do. I fundamentally believe in that, especially coming from the rural communities, Madam Speaker, where we hunt, we need security in our farms, we need personal security. And I say this because if anybody can challenge me, the statistics of the use of firearms for homicides is not based on licensed firearms. It is mostly unlicensed firearms that cause these problems. With that said, though, Madam Speaker, I also believe in gun control, which is what we are speaking of, and I think we have to raise the bar a little bit more. Firearm training, the use of firearms, I think the police department and the BDF have experienced people. In fact, I personally know of a sergeant that is trained internationally to handle firearms and to teach people how to use firearms properly. And I think that is something that should be added with time so that everybody that is given a license for a firearm understands how it works, what are the mechanisms involved. For example, in the Army, you have to be able to disassemble your weapon, you have to know how to clean it, you have to know how it works, how the safety features work. And each weapon from various manufacturers, their safety features are totally different. So one has to be aware of the weapon that one is using. But I have a recommendation. I think that the new board should look at not giving any license to convicts of violent offense using a firearm, both internationally and nationally. That is a no-no, in my opinion, Madam Speaker, and it should be a no-no for anybody on both sides of this House. We should not issue license to any convicted criminal that has used a weapon for violent reasons. And that, Madam Speaker, is fundamental, and I think that should be the first thing the board reconsiders when they sit to issue new license and to look at license holders that have that record, both internationally and nationally. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Cayo North.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I also want to support this Firearm Amendment Bill 2023. I think we all agree that we want to see transparency and accountability in the issuing of gun licenses. And I think, Madam Speaker, that the creation of this board goes a long way in accomplishing this. When you look at some of the powers that the board will have, you understand that this is a new process. You understand that certain safeguards are being built into it. And I certainly want to highlight one especially, Madam Speaker, and that is really the implementation of a digital management system for firearms and ammunition. And I think this is important because this will allow the board to ensure that there are no multiplicity of licenses, especially in those instances that the law does not allow. But it will also allow the board to have real-time information when it comes to who has gun licenses and so forth. And also, Madam Speaker, I think it is important to highlight that the board will have the power to conduct audits of firearm and ammunition, and also it will have the power to review the issuance of gun licenses. And so I think this is an important step forward for the country, Madam Speaker. And clearly we have to understand, and I think we all agree that guns are never the answer. But if we need them, then they must be controlled in a very tight and a very transparent and accountable manner. Madam Speaker, and with your permission, if you'd allow me to digress just one moment, Madam Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to really congratulate the people of Indian Creek, Medina Bank, and Golden Stream, who yesterday saw the inauguration of a solar plant in those communities, bringing electricity for the first time to 400 people in those communities. So, Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate them, and I take the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank the government and people of the United Arab Emirates for their kind donation in making this possible. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Recognize Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I may just close off the debate on this bill by thanking the members of the other side for their support for the bill, and of course the members on this side of the aisle. We consider it to be a progressive bill that certainly creates a level of structure that has not existed for quite some time, I think since inception. And certainly it goes above and beyond, not just in creating a board of members with the highest integrity that will consider these applications, but it also, as the member for Kaya North mentioned, it is very progressive in implementing a digitized system whereby we would be able to have a better accounting of the inventory, not just in the ammunition that you purchase, but also for the stores. If we do this digitized records, then we would have greater accountability at all levels, not just by the firearm license holder, but also with store owners. And furthermore, Madam Speaker, it adds the added bonus of creating a responsible system whereby license holders must go through a certification process. And to answer the question from the member for Collett, we do have in-country, internationally trained firearm experts who, of course, would need to get certified by the board. The board would have to issue a certificate designating them as individuals qualified to certify you as a firearm license holder and to take you through that process of using the firearm. And so again, Madam Speaker, we are grateful for the support, not just in the House, but at the committee level. We had a very robust, healthy discussion at the committee level, I've been informed. And I want to thank everybody for their contribution, their input in creating this bill and this law today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Firearms Act, Chapter 143 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to establish the Firearms and Ammunition Control Board, to empower the board to issue and revoke firearm licenses, certificate, or permit, to reform the regulatory structure in respect to firearms and ammunition, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Firearms Act, Chapter 133 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to establish the Firearms and Ammunition Control Board, to empower the board to issue and revoke firearm licenses, certificate, or permit, to reform the regulatory structure in respect to firearms and ammunition, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor and Local Government.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the Trade License Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to make provision for trade licensing, to repeal the Trade Licensing Act, Chapter 66 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, as you may recall, and as members of the House here will recall, the first reading of this bill happened in May of 2022, and at that time, I did, present some major points associated with the bill, Madam Speaker, but I would like to ask for your indulgence as I once again share what are some of the key points related to this bill, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the trade license reform is a reform we promised under Plan Belize. Our goal for the trade license reform is twofold. A, to strengthen village governance. B, to facilitate economic growth by improving the ease of doing business in both urban and rural areas. We are going to strengthen village governance by providing village councils with adequate resources to provide proper services to their communities. The fees collected from trade license will go directly to rural communities. It will not go to the central government. Many villages have a lot of businesses, and these businesses are demanding better services from their councils. They want better streets, drainage, garbage collection, and so on. And residents are demanding for the same thing, including better upkeep of their community assets, such as parks and playgrounds. The monies collected from the fees will go directly to addressing these needs. There is going to be a proper accounting system that will be set up and monitored within village councils. We already have examples of village councils operating with improved accounting systems. These will be expanded to account for monies received under this new change. Rural communities are growing, and at this time, they have not had adequate resources to provide services to their residents. Businesses in urban areas have been clamoring for changes in the way they are assessed and paid their trade license fees. This reform brings significant improvements. The changes have been discussed with multiple stakeholders in long consultation sessions. Some of the key changes are, Madam Speaker, fees will now be assessed every 3 years instead of every year as is currently done now. This creates efficiency and predictability for both the business and the councils. There is a 10% ceiling and flooring against the assessed fee for existing and new businesses. This is to prevent excessive charges for existing and new businesses, and also to prevent councils from losing much needed revenue. Fees will be determined according to an established formula and will only use the productive footprint where business transactions are conducted. This will create much needed predictability that businesses want. It will provide for automatic approval of trade license for low-risk business types. Madam Speaker, it will also put in place a mobile license feature for businesses that operate nationwide, requiring them to only license once. Contractors will also pay a one-time annual fee instead of a percentage of the contract value as is currently done. We will apply a 0.6 multiplier in determining the total productive footprint for the accommodation sector when assessing the rooming space further to the current annually determined occupancy rate. For rural areas, application of a tiered flat fee scheme only for premises with a productive footprint of 600 square feet and above. We are focused, Madam Speaker, on facilitating business for both the private sector, urban and rural residents. Madam Speaker, this is a bold initiative. We are delivering on Plan Belize. We are empowering our villages, towns, and city councils. We are creating economic sustainability for our local government bodies. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of Cabinet. I thank you.
I recognize the member for Corozal North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this trade licensing bill under Plan Belize is just another tax on the backs of the Belizean people. A tax, Madam Speaker, that is structured in such a way that when it's casted, it will pick up everybody. This is a rape and scrape bill that is being introduced today. It is going to tax the biggest of all businesses, the medium businesses, the small businesses, but most importantly, you guys are going after the peddlers. Those people who have to struggle every day, either to sell them tarts, to sell panades, to sell tacos, to people that have to work today, Madam Speaker, so that they can eat tomorrow. If they are not able to deliver on their goods today, it means that that family will not be able to eat tomorrow. There is no consideration on behalf of this administration for the people out there, for the single mothers out there who are struggling every day to meet their needs under the hot sun, trying to get something for the family. And that libeta money we're going after, this is criminal, Madam Speaker. And I see in this bill that at this point in time, we're not only moving from the reforms within the municipalities. I don't know if we have members here that have rural communities that don't realize how it is that the structural economic rubric of the families in the rural communities are made up. I see that we are now moving on to the Cayo district to introduce a tax that will see every other village having businesses within that community being taxed. This is common sense. Whatever tax is being introduced, ladies and gentlemen, will not be suffered by the businesses. Eventually, all of this will trickle down to the consumers. All of this will be trickled down to the most vulnerable families. I don't know whether we understand what is fully being debated here this afternoon, but certainly I don't see how I could support such a bill that will see the addition of taxes to our people, particularly in my case where I have a lot of rural communities, Madam Speaker, where I can see families struggling on a daily basis. I do not see, I live right in front of a football field next to the primary school in Pachacam, Madam Speaker. There are a number of ladies out there that are out there on the street side under that hot sun, Madam Speaker, trying to sell some sort of snack, trying to sell some sort of juice. As soon as they're able to get something, two things come to their mind. One is food for their children, and secondly, finding another way, finding that money to be able to produce something for the other day. I don't see myself, supporting any bill that will see this administration passing a law that will go after these families. It doesn't matter if you tell me that the $1 you want to pay, $1 that you are now telling the Belizean people that they will have to pay is $1 that you're depriving those families from. Madam Speaker, Belize is undergoing probably in the record of history, it is going through one of the highest levels of cost of living. Getting food for the children nowadays is a task that seems not to be ending. Fuel in this country, Madam Speaker, is extremely high, and having ends meet is very difficult by the day. You would have thought that any government or a sensible government would have introduced some sort of incentives to kind of support those small businesses. What we see here today is completely the opposite. We're introducing a bill that will see people in the towns, in the cities, paying more, that will see people in the Cayo district paying more. I am just concerned that the introduction of this bill, it was crafted in such a way that only Cayo will be taxed at this point in time. But I'm just concerned that this is just a pilot project. Eventually, this will go to the entire country. Then only Cayo? Perfect. There it is, the whole country. Indeed, member, I have to be concerned because from the information that I gather, but I may have overlooked perfectly, but it is clear to the Belizean public, under Plan Belize, all the country won't get taxed. Bottom line. That apart, Madam Speaker, I am extremely concerned on one particular aspect of this bill. The issue of how it is that you assess a particular business has been a topic that has been widely debated, widely criticized by the business people, because as we speak now, there is no clear formula as to how it is that you determine, you come up with a value that is comprehensible, that is straightforward, that is predictable to the business community. There is that aspect where biasness comes in. If we have not been able to address that aspect within the assessment scope under that trade licensing bill in the rural communities, I don't see why it is that at this point in time, no, we're just going to expand that problem. We're moving on to the villages. We're moving on to another rubric of the country where money is not there like in the towns. It's really slow. But you have to understand that if you're going to implement something that will eventually cause more problems than benefits, at this point in time, I think for the member of Toledo West, it's best for him to sit down and see how it is that you guys could come up with one clear formula so that all the business community could actually see what it is that is being assessed upon them. This problem that we have in the towns eventually will boil into the villages. And so, Madam Speaker, I cannot support this bill. And to our Belizean public, a todos, if I may speak a couple of words in Spanish, Madam Speaker, a todas nuestras aldeas en Corozal Norte y el resto del país, Plan Belize, más impuestos para ustedes. To all our communities, to all our villages, starting from Pachacan to San Narciso to Caledonia, more taxes under Plan Belize. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Orange Walk East.
In Spanish, they say, how descarado. Madam Speaker, I think the member for Corozal North forgot. He was the minister for local government once. And he was also part of the many discussions that led to this same thing right now where we are today. However, what was being proposed under them would have done what he's talking about. This administration, under Minister Kenya and his team, has been able to look at all the necessary footprint and assessments and looked at various municipalities. And I was once the former mayor of Orange Walk, and I had participated in many of these discussions as well. And I want to say, I don't know if they remember trying to paint a picture of doom and gloom or frightening the small mom and pop shop, but if you realize those small mom and pop shop footprint will never reach 600 square feet. So they will never be taxed or pay a trade license unless you are singing for the big capitalists, as you will say. Peddlers used to pay, the Trade License Act right now as it speak, remember, peddlers pay $10 every day for each time they appear. This is reducing that to 0.82 cents a day if you look at it and you calculate it. Yeah. Get your maths right and don't come here and try to fool the Belizean people. Read the current trade license bill and you will see what it tells you. This is an amendment making life easier for these people that does those small businesses. But, Madam Speaker, I won't get into him in detail because he's talking a pile of nonsense, trying to trick those persons in the villages. Let's look at Ladyville. Ladyville is a huge, thriving village. Look at the huge supermarkets going up in those places. You don't pay a single trade license, but yet the residents of Ladyville expect that the roads are fixed, the drains are clean, and the parks are maintained in those communities. In Orange Walk, in Trial Farm, you drive up in that area, there are huge establishments, restaurants, huge supermarkets going up. Now, we're not saying that we are going after, just targeting business. We are making it more equitable. We are making it more fair. We are making it a level playing field, Madam Speaker. And this is what this bill ought to do. You make a gun sidetrack from where I'm already prepared. But let me go, Madam Speaker, if you allow me to refer to my notes before the leader of the opposition jump up and call a standing order, what you call it? But I have to rise today, Madam Speaker, to express my full support for the proposed bill that seeks to repeal and replace the Trade License Act. Madam Speaker, this transformative legislation represents a crucial step forward in the development of our trade licensing system, introducing significant improvements designed to foster a more equitable and inclusive business environment. The introduction of provisions to allocate revenues from trade operations to village councils is a commendable move towards decentralization and local empowerment. This will not only enhance the financial self-sufficiency of village councils, but also stimulate local development, innovation, and community engagement. Equally important, Madam Speaker, is the bill's intention to create a level playing field for all businesses. By easing the existing licensing requirements, the bill opens up opportunities for small-scale family-run businesses, commonly referred to as mom-and-pop shops. This is vital because these small enterprises form the backbone of our local economy, providing essential services and contributing significantly to employment and income generation. Madam Speaker, this bill is not merely a piece of legislation, it is a progressive initiative aimed at inclusivity, local development, and economic growth. It seeks to acknowledge and address the challenges faced by small businesses, and it is a testament to our commitment to foster an entrepreneurial spirit within our communities. I therefore, Madam Speaker, urge all stakeholders and policymakers to support this bill. And I can say this here, that this bill has gone through extensive consultations, consultations after consultations. And I can proudly say here too, that one of the models that this bill adopted comes from the Orinjoak Town Council. This, Madam Speaker, signifies a step towards a more democratic and equitable trade environment. And by doing so, we'll be endorsing a more robust and inclusive economy that benefits everyone, from the small village councils to the mom and pop stores that are so integral to our local economies. So let us seize this opportunity to enact this legislation that reflects our shared commitment to economic fairness, local empowerment, and sustainable development. Madam Speaker, I fully support this bill.
I recognize the member for stank request.
Madam Speaker, I stand in support of this bill. I represent 21 villages and 5 communities. As a country, we accumulate 8,867 square miles from Corozal to PG, from the west to San Pedro, with only 400,000, well, to Toledo. So we, our country, have only 400,000 people. And we fail to realize that government gets its taxes from us as a people to spend the money wisely for the development of the country. We have seen over the last 5 years where we see extensive improvement on our road highways across the country. And I come from an area where it is expected, especially in the tourism villages, that some additional taxes need to be collected to support these communities. We have Hopkins, Placencia, and to a certain extent, Independence. They can definitely achieve and accomplish much more for their communities if they find a way how they can increase the revenue coming to their communities. There are about 192 villages in the country, and they are not getting any subvention for government. So how will they survive and try to improve their communities? I will also advocate that hopefully very soon that we will see property taxes come to certain areas in the country. There are many resorts on the Placencia Peninsula, like one in Hopkins. They don't pay any property taxes. Where they come from other countries, they pay huge property taxes. So I'm hopeful within the very near future, government look to find a way how we can create enabling laws to be able to collect from these big resorts property taxes. Right now they are paying a meager tax for the land that they live on for maybe $100 a year. They don't used to that. So every time these people speak, they say, you know what? I used to pay X amount of dollars for my property tax. And so, Madam Speaker, this bill has been lingering for many, many months because it was really scrutinized, and now it will become effective, I believe, on January 1st, 2024. I support it 100% because it's going to benefit the people in the village that I represent. So thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Belize Rural South. May I ask just the member for stank request if you could take the mic off. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise also in support of this bill right here that we're presenting, supporting it wholeheartedly, not only because it directly affects a big village, or the one and only village in my area, which is Belize Rural South, namely Kikaka, and it has specific points for that village, and I'm proud of it. But if I may add, in keeping with Plan Belize, Madam Speaker, and for the whole country to know that this is a plan that we can see of decentralization, whereby we're asking for the funds that are reaching out to the coffers in Belmopan, that it is much more trickle down to the villages. I take this opportunity also to respond to the member from Corozal. I put on my glasses again right there. The member from Corozal South, Corozal North. I recall just a couple of weeks ago, I passed driving through the Remate Road. I believe the first village there is San Pedro, correct me if I'm wrong. And the first village I reached there, the first thing I see is a massive Asian store open. Nothing wrong with that. And I saw the development coming up, a lot of stores coming up. Very beautiful villages. In fact, these villages, Madam Speaker, are one of the first villages to be founded during the Guerra de Castas. San Pedro, Cristo Rey, Pachacan, all those, your hometown as well, remember? Very beautiful, rich in culture. So instead of going on that the sky is falling and they're going to tax you more, I would recommend to the member to go back to these people and say it's time to start up new businesses. There's a lot of culture, good food, great food. People coming from Belize, you know, and with all due respect to our member from Corozal Bay, we love Corozal, beautiful, beautiful bay as well. They won't be left behind. But it gives an opportunity to the whole country when you're driving across that you can stop through these beautiful villages, good food, the best tamales, the tacos can compete with Orange Rock as well. I would advise him to take it that way. It's time to develop, go have meeting with the villages and tell them, let's grow the economy by giving the opportunity to the villages and start businesses. A lot of things, so not only peddlers, and if it's a small mom and pop shop of 300 feet, it might expand to 1,000 feet and pay the taxes, but they will benefit directly. Madam Speaker, I also proudly profess this because, supporting this because in Kikaka, the revenue of the village council there does not exceed $750,000. And it's a booming village, contributes significantly through tourism. Right now, there's a major problem, climate change, water levels rising. There are areas, two specific areas. Bahia Puesta del Sol, as we speak right now, is underwater, the streets. The development of northern Kikaka as well is booming, moving fast. Need roads, light, water. To bring one barge load of hardcore from mainland. One barge can only take 9 loads. We're talking about $14,000 to bring just 9 loads of hardcore for this village. How do we go around asking government, you need to bring in this money to help the village? Whatever we put in there is never enough. And the village council is saddled with all of these issues that we have encountered and inherited for so many years for abandonment. This is the opportunity right now that the village council is in a position to generate revenues that are going to Bamapan. A lot of it will stay there by way of trade license that is not being paid. That will go rightfully now into the coffers of Kikaka. So with this, Madam Speaker, it is good news not only for Kikaka, but as rightfully as the member for Orange Rock East, if with all due respect, can I call you Mayor Emeritus with respect? The major villages, big villages, Ladyville, Placencia, Hopkins in Orange Rock, we have Guinea Grass, in Corozal District, we have San Joaquin. So this is direct benefit with this bill right now. So I support it wholeheartedly, Madam Speaker, and I endorse it unwavering. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Colette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To begin with, Madam Speaker, everything they talk about is Plan Belize. I remember sitting here, and this, in fact, the very first meeting we were subjected to a whole. They get the Governor General first of all to read the whole plan. You remember? And then they come in here and they placed the whole thing on the record here. We had to endure. You remember about Plan Belize, all that was going to be done. One of the main things that you said you would do, help me remember, remove ministerial discretion. If you look through this bill, Madam Speaker, and you see how much power the minister has, you'd be alarmed. You'd not think, you would not think that this is the same party, the same administration who said we want to reduce ministerial discretion. All of these boards, Madam Speaker, will be appointed by the minister by and large. There is some leeway, I guess, given to other entities, because if they say you have to come from the village council association or whatever it is, then you are limited to just those persons who are actually in the entity. But by and large, ministerial discretion, everything, if you want to resign as the minister, if you want to get appointed as the minister, everything. I don't even want to go through it. Every couple paragraph, the minister, the minister, the minister. Is that what you promised in Plan Belize? Are you going to stick to what you promised in Plan Belize? Can't we get some other entity? These are many villages. In fact, when you look at a district council, you're talking about coverage for several villages. You mean you can't get those people or those villages to find some other way to select who is going to be on the board other than give the minister the discretion right off? Come on. Then, Madam Speaker, my colleague was talking about peddlers, and my friend from Orange Walk East said, well, you know, me a farmer, me a blah, blah, blah. Peddlers, you're right, used to pay $10 a day, that's what you say, but the lead people where they sell away, say panades and whatnot, the pachakan, nobody they collect no $10 from them. So now you are going to scrape them for what is the new rate you're saying? Maximum $300 per annum. Doesn't matter, no, you know what you're missing? You're missing the fact that there was not the kind of stringent registration. Well, I'll make a finish now, man. There is not the stringent kind of registration that will exist under the new legislation. Nobody going to run down under the current system. The person where they sell some panades or some lead juice or whatever, in it. You apply, well, what do you call peddlers? What do you call peddlers? Anyway, and then, Madam Speaker, I heard my friend from Stanquick West speak about property tax. The minister who introduced my friend from Toledo West made a commitment. Man talk about Plan Belize again. You made a commitment which I want to caution you to be careful of. You said that in fact the proceeds of these new licensing fees will go to service the villages and these communities, the tongues. We already know that the tongues provide these services, drains and garbage collection and so on. This is not going to do that for those villages. Don't make promises that you know you can't keep. You see what my friend from Stanquick West said? He said, better we go off a property tax for these businesses. But I agree with you, you know. I agree with you 100. But you can't implement property tax for the businesses and not implement property tax for residents. And you will be known, sir, in your 21 villages and 5 communities as the man who gang and introduced property tax, land tax, which is all right. Which is all right. Because the truth of the matter is, this is how you really get the services that the member from Toledo West is speaking about. You want your garbage collected, you want your drains dug out, you want your streets paved. As it is now, it is the central government who ought to be taking care of that, but it doesn't really happen like that unless you live in Kaya South, where the minister paves all the streets and grades all the streets. I don't blame him, my brother. You know, charity begins at home. Make sure your constituency handle and fix up. That's what they used to talk about my school warden and everybody that collect get education grants and everything. It is true. Charity begins at home. I try to help everybody, but you have to make sure you handle home. But you would be known, sir, if you implement property tax. But tell the people the truth. You come here and set up people and have them believe that, oh, with this new form of licensing, that no worry, your villages will be tip-top. Number one, you've broken up Kaya into these different segments, so much villages and that. How you determine which village the streets are and get fixed and all the garbage? You all are going to collect garbage and fix the drains. That's what you said, sir. That's what you have. You want to trick people into believing today, and that is a reality that is contrary to what will happen. In fact, it is more in line with what my friend from Corozal North has said, that you know, rake and scrape everything. Because it's an act of desperation now to get more taxes from the people. More taxes. You know, we didn't say anything on the matter of the fiscal incentives bill, Madam Speaker, but it all ties into all of this, you know. When you categorize those entities into into an entity that cannot qualify for the fiscal incentive, it's a way to say to those businesses, you have to pay your full way. It's taxation. This government is merciless when it comes to taxes. Look at what you're doing with the gasoline on the tax and suck and squeeze. It's merciless. It is why the poor people of this country have such a hard time. Which brings me to my next point about the bill, Madam Speaker, the penalties. I don't know whether the penalties now, but I sure nobody know they get hauled in a court, the least small man there and the mom and pop shops there. Nobody know they haul in a court for pay if their money no come in correct in their villages and so on the tongues. But under this, within 30 days, I don't remember the detail, within 30 days, if you're not paid, they pull you in front of a magistrate and all of that. This is a problem, Madam Speaker, because the minute them people can't pay, it will, in fact, there is an interest rate on what you owe and all of that, and it racks up. Let me tell you a story, Madam Speaker. There is a young man in my constituency that I'm trying to help right now. The man has bills. So, and this is the plight of the poor man everywhere. You know, it worse in a Belize City, member for Lake Eye. It worse in a Belize City because we got pawn shops. No disrespect to my friend back there from Port Loyola, but we have pawn shops where come to with people, you know, or call with people and say, come. They lend you one money, they lend you only $50 to borrow, and by next month, you don't pay them back. That did a $500-600. I'm saying that because the people who are now asked to pay these monies, and it's really a difficult position, because at the same time I understand what the government has to try to do, you know. But you need to find the right time to do it, and you need to make sure that there are breaks for the poor people. When you poor and you to try and make it, when you have a small business and you to try and make it, the young man they sell corn dogs and things, they try and make it, but he can't make it. Have to go pawn the phone. Then the pawn man, he take one big chunk out of the man. No, he not do that for him company different. They actually, you know, that's correct. They have to pay taxes, they pass it down. It get worse. So there needs to be breaks, Madam Speaker. There need to be breaks for the poor people. And this tax, this trade licensing, I call it a tax bill. My friend, the member for Corozal North is right. It is taxing the people more, and it's going to rake and shake. And then you want to take with the fools and come in and tell me, don't worry, everything will all right. The money is where the villages will get the money now, and everything will all right. You know, with drains and fix up, with streets and fix up, garbage collection and everything. Belize City, we have the collection of garbage, yes, but where the money come from? The money not come from trade licensing. Much of it, I would imagine, the bulk of it comes from property tax. So in the large villages like Ladyville and so on, I always tell my neighbors in Lord's Bank, it's a good idea if we get together and try and make this place one tongue and start to charge property tax. It's a good idea, but it is tough on some people. And given the current environment of where we are taxing everything and people are living hard, we have to be careful. We have to hold up. We have to say we're really to go on. And that's all I'm saying. I don't, before anybody gets me wrong, Madam Speaker, I'm not saying that we don't need to do something differently, you know. Because what somebody was saying over there, it may have been my friend from Orange Walk used to talk about Ladyville. You're gone after the big Chinese shops, you forget businesses like Boeing and Boeing, who are there not paying trade licenses at all because they are in a village, but have one of the largest operations going on. That's what I'm saying. But make the best examples when you make, man. You know, they might think you're against the Chinese business operation. I think both of you who spoke so far may have used the Chinese. Man, I don't want to think to go after the Chinese then alone, but they are the ones with the big businesses. That's true. Some of them have big businesses, very large businesses. But let us be considerate and let us do this. You know, you are right. You were talking about the fact that, or it was Orange Walkies, or a friend from Orange Walkies, who was saying that my friend from Corozal North took long in implementing this. We did not implement it. You know what he said? We delayed it because it's going to hurt poor people in the heart of COVID, in the heart of all the disasters, when people are already having a hard time. How in the world will you go and tell them they will have to pay more? But uno bali heartless. Excuse me. Uno heartless. In the no care about that. Then on the top of plan Belize everybody for win. Well, then people out there know they win. Those people are not winning. I don't know which world you live in. I listen to the Prime Minister talk a lot of things about unemployment and this and that. Anyway, I don't want straight to farm. I'm thinking before you call me into it. But you have to pick the right time to do these things. And now it's certainly not the time to squeeze the small man, the big man, like Mr. Boyne and so on, yes? And some of those big Chinese shops, yes? But pick the right time. Now is not the time with the fuel prices where they are, the high prices where they are. People struggle out there every day. I don't know if you know how to feel it. I never been there every day and I feel it. My phone blow up any part of the world and blow up my phone. The amount of people who they ask you for and run. Give me at least something to put something on the table. You know when people really got it hard, you know. In all of my years in this game of politics, and maybe I shouldn't call it a game because I don't want anybody to get it wrong. But in all of my years, I've never experienced this kind of where everybody they pump and do want at least something, just want to survive, just give me a little money for food. One lady just messaged me, said, Mr. Farber, I got kids and I am trying, I am working, but with even no meal no cost me less than $25. Not even canned beef and chicken sausage no more. Not even ramen. Anyway, I leave it at that, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize. I recognize the honourable member for Corozal. Corozal Southwest.
Well, okay.
Swan touch. Yeah.
Yes. Well, with your indulgence, Madam Speaker, but let us be real on this. Member of Corozal North and members of the other side, man, you was on this side, and let us remember the millions of dollars that you spent on Petro-Caribe and B&E, what you did for the poor people, what you did for the farmers. You forget about that? Stop misinforming the public, because what we're trying to do here is just to help. All villagers, they need assistance. Thanks to this government, we're getting that. That's why we're implementing something that will benefit the villagers, the rural areas. The vendors and peddlers, they will not pay. It's clear on the bill that certain square yards, of course, they got to pay, especially San Narciso. We have a big store right now, not only one. We have one at the Kotaf, and more are coming because they are coming out from the town because on the rural areas they are not paying those taxes. Let us be real. But again, coming back to the millions that the UDP spent, what they did for us, especially I will talk on my constituency, what they did. Gabriel Martinez was there, Campos was there, the member of Corozal North was there, but let us remember what he did for the papaya industry. He never left a finger. How many jobs we lose? If he's talking about the workers need something, why he never defend the papaya industry? Thanks to the PUP, the free zone is right now is working as best. We have more than 3,000 workers there. What he did, and he is from Corozal. So things like that, Madam Speaker. So I support this bill 100%, and please stop misinforming the Belizean people. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Port Viola.
They put a bill on the border.
Member for Corozal, yes. No, you have to tap it one more time.
Madam Speaker, first I want to say many thanks to the residents of Port Loyola for giving me the opportunity to represent them in this honorable house. Before referencing the trade license bill, let me just clarify something about pawn shops that were mentioned quickly. First, I want to say that pawn shops are legitimate businesses that are strictly regulated by the Central Bank of Belize. So that's the first thing. Pawn shops are legitimate businesses. Secondly, pawn shops employ a lot of people. Imagine what would happen if jails, Monica's, loans to go and all of those other businesses would close. And quick stop and all of those places, right? So pawn shops employ a lot of people. Additionally, pawn shops provide emergency loans. When people need money instantly, then they cannot go to the credit union or the bank. They need the money instantly. And so that is how the pawn shop come in. Secondly, as I said, pawn shops contribute to economic development is that they do a lot of sponsorship. So,
Madam Speaker, on a point of order,
not the pawn shops.
this is not clarification about pawn shop. Come on.
The member is responding to the contribution in the debate. Please, let's go.
No, in relation to the trade license bill, Madam Speaker, I fully support this bill, and I will tell you something. Myself and the member from Albert were at a committee meeting, and I recall that we were two of the main persons who said that with the trade licensing bill, we have to give the small mom and pop business a break. And when they had the first, we have to give the small mom and pop business a break. And when they did the revision, when they brought it to committee, they said that they were going to look at that afterwards. And then I insisted and I said, no, the bill must state clearly what kind of relief the small mom and pop business are going to get. So thanks to the People's United Party, this trade license bill is bringing tremendous relief to the small mom and pop business. I recall a vendor in my division on Neil Penn Road, have a small shop just selling little chips and biscuits and so on, right? And she called me and she said, Ms. Osha, I need you to come here. I said, what is the problem? He said, a gentleman from the city council came to my shop and they told me that I have to pay over $100 and something trade license tax to operate, or else I have to close the business. And I said, well, that is so unfair, that is so inconsiderate, because just a few chips I deal and leave things sweet as. That's how the lady said. All right? Okay. And so that's with this small mom shop. And then whenever I go out to the market on Saturday, I see some vendors there. I see the vendors all along in front of the canal, along the canal side. And you see people out there with their books, with their receipt books from the council. And stall by stall, they're going and they're collecting $10, $10, $10, $10. And some people complain that, man, they come and collect the $10 before I even make only $10, right? Because sometimes out there business is very slow, but then regardless of what, you have to pay the $10. All right, so this trade licensing building is very, very good. It is tremendous relief for the small man. As I go around, I meet some people selling Bialcan and less in the city. Less in the city. I see some people selling. I see some people selling Bialcan, bread and bun, and so on. I see a lady right by Chetomal Bridge selling little bread and bun out there. Imagine they're taxing that lady $10 a day under the present system. But with this new trade license bill, it will be a tremendous relief. Look, if there is any tax for those people, instead of paying $10 a day, going from like $10 a day to 82 cents a day, that's a big relief. And thanks to the People's United Party. I also want to say that the trade licensing bill is very good, because whenever I travel outside of Belize, when I go, for example, when I pass through Ladyville, I'm happy to see the tremendous development that is happening out there. But it's unfair to the other residents, particularly those in the urban areas, that those big businesses out there are practically paying no taxes. Imagine the small peddler in Belize City have to pay $10 a day, and a big supermarket out there in Ladyville practically paying nothing. So thanks to the People's United Party for coming to the rescue of these small businesses. And in wrapping up, this trade license bill will stimulate economic development in the country. Because when the small businesses, when the small mom and pop business, when they get a little ease, they will have more money to invest in their little business, and that is how the business will grow. So, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the residents of Port Layola, I fully support this trade licensing bill. Thank you.
I recognize the Minister.
Madam Speaker, in winding up the debate on this bill, Madam Speaker, I want to start off by saying that the UDP has never stood up for development in this country, Madam Speaker. And if we were to listen to them, they want to make it sound as if though the earth is falling, when it is far from the truth, Madam Speaker. Far from the truth, Madam Speaker. For historical context, Madam Speaker, if it was left up to the NIP, UDP, we would never be an independent nation. We would never be an independent nation. They never supported independence. Madam Speaker, if it was left for the UDP, and we would still be swimming in a huge debt to GDP ratio, Madam Speaker, 134% under their government and administration for 13 long years, punishing the Belizean people. It took a PUP government to reduce the debt to GDP ratio to now being 64%, Madam Speaker. That is the record of the PUP. Madam Speaker, the super bond, 13 long years under them. Did they see it fit to restructure it? In fact, what did they do? They increased the super bond and kicked the can down the street. It took a PUP government, Madam Speaker, to renegotiate the super bond to a blue bond, saving the Belizean people over $500 million, Madam Speaker. That is the facts. That is the facts. But you want to come and say the earth is falling when we are trying to make sure that we improve the economic development of this country. Minimum wage, 13 long years of the UDP, $3.30 an hour for the workers. You never saw it fit to raise the minimum wage. It took a PUP government under Plan Belize to increase the minimum wage to $5 an hour.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order,
What's the point of
the relevance of the bill is the trade license. The trade license.
I believe the member is wrapping up based on the varied comments.
I am, Madam Speaker. I am just starting, Madam Speaker.
I didn't suggest, please, I'm not suggesting that you're closing, but that you are standing or wrapping up the debate.
Madam Speaker, 13 long years of the UDP, they never saw it fit to raise the minimum wage. It took a PUP government under Plan Belize, $5 an hour, over 40,000 Belizeans benefiting. Those are the facts. Those are the facts. The PUP has a history of being a proactive party and government. Under the 2000 Village Council Amendment Act, for the first time, we granted the autonomy to the villages so that they would be able to collect liquor license fees for the first time. If we had listened to the UDP that the earth was falling, we would never move forward. That is the mentality of the UDP. That's how you think. But we are a proactive government. We believe in empowering our people, in empowering our communities. And that is why today we are proud to stand and to present this new trade license bill. But I want to start off now, Madam Speaker. I want to go to the arguments presented by those members. And I want to say how pathetic, disappointed I am in those members on the other side. Mr. Leader, please, you need to school your members. It is a shame that they come into this house, this honorable house, to misinform the Belizean people. How pathetic. It's obvious they did not read the bill. The bill is here, they did not read it. The member from Corozal North who spoke a bunch of lies, because that's what he said, Madam Speaker, a bunch of lies, is a member of the committee. He did not present himself 3 times in the House Committee. The records are there to prove it. But yet he will come and speak nonsense, misinform the Belizean people. Come on. Man, the truth be told, the honorable member from Albert praised our ministry and praised this entire process at the House Committee meeting, that she was greatly satisfied in the amendments and the work that had been put into this bill. This bill was not something done by us alone, Madam Speaker. This bill had extensive consultation and input from the following groups, Madam Speaker. From the following groups: the Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Belize Coalition of Service Providers, BTIA, the Belize Hotel Industry Association, the Belize Mayors Association, NAVCO, the Real Estate Brokers of Belize, and the Belize National Association of Realtors. We had extensive consultation and input. And that is why, Madam Speaker, the bill in its original form, there were key concerns that I remember the member from Mesopotamia raising the issue of entertainers and music promoters and so on. We took that into account, that now they will, the musicians and those people will not pay anything. It is only those huge people, those people who have these huge concerts, the promoters. Those are the ones who are going to be paying, but not the small man. We are a government that listens. We are a government that is on the side of the people. When I listen to the member of Corozal North, how shameful it is for him to come to this house and to say that the small vendors, the tacos and the peddlers, and those people who have the mom and pop shops. And I want to add that the member from Albert, sorry, not Albert, my apologies, the member from Collet also joined the member of Corozal North in the misinformation. I want to draw your attention, Madam Speaker, and the members of this honorable House and the listening audience. I want to draw your attention to Section 48.3. Section 48.3 of the bill. Mr. Member, you brag that you are 20 years in this house. Well, you not do your homework, sir. You did not do your homework. Exactly, that he fired me. And bragged in the house that he fired me. But the people hired me. And the people hired me for 3 terms. But I want to go back to the bill, Madam Speaker, and let the Belizean people get this very clear. The misinformation and lies of that member from Corozal North, joined by the member of Collet. Section 48.3 is very clear. Very, very clear, Madam Speaker. The Schedule 7 shall not apply to villages. Shall not apply to villages. How shameful it is. that you will come to this honorable house and pretend to misinform the people. But you know what, Madam Speaker? This is characteristic of the UDP. That's how they have behaved. They are the ones who were irresponsible with all the petroleum money, with all the money from Venezuela, tacos, fest, and pibil, and bathing in the turquoise waters. That's what they did. That's why you are sitting there, yes. But, Madam Speaker, I want to move on. I want to move on, Madam Speaker. Peddlers, the matter of the peddlers. So, no fees will apply to peddlers in the villages, Madam Speaker. It's clear. No taco stand, no orange stand, no banana stand, no vegetable stand will pay a trade license in the villages. Simple. Come on. The peddlers' fees apply simply to the cities and towns. And we have been so considerate, Mr. Member from Collet. You stand up and pontificate there. Your leader coming after you. Your leader coming after you. We currently, under the current regime, peddlers are paying $10 a day. Under the new system, when this takes effect in January 1st, 2025, peddlers will only pay 82 cents a day. Come on. So how can you misinform the Belizean people? How can you misinform the Belizean people? Then the other, I also want to go to this other part that the member from Collet irresponsibly spoke about. Oh, how will you ensure that the monies that you collect is going to go back into the villages and ensure that it helps to provide the services that these communities need? It's very clear, man. There's a clear mechanism. Similarly to the liquor license fees, it's going to be the business establishment pay their fees. It goes into the Treasury Department. Village councils will be required to submit a report accounting for their funds. Once the Ministry of Rural Transformation is satisfied that they have accounted properly, then the funds are released and the funds are used for the development of the community. That's what it is. That is what it is. Please, please, please adhere to Standing Order 49B, 42B. Madam Speaker, it's amazing. These people on the opposition side are obviously at a loss. You know, Madam Speaker, under the current regime, villages like Placencia, Hopkins, Ladyville, Independence, San Narciso, and many others that I can go on, big villages. You have huge business establishments that are not contributing anything to the local economy of these villages. That is why a number of them prefer to, you know, and please, in fact, let me refrain from saying that because I don't want to appear as if though I am being biased to a particular group. Suffice to say that many business people choose not to establish their business within the town limits because they want to avoid paying a trade license. So what do? They go out into the villages, into the suburbs, and they don't pay anything. But yet they expect that the village councils are going to provide the goods and services. So under this new regime, Madam Speaker, these people, once they have 600 square feet of productive space, listen to me, 600 square feet of productive space only, and then will they pay, Madam Speaker. Anything below 600 square feet of productive space are not going to be paying any trade license. Come on. So I am being told by my friend, the architect here, the honorable member, that it would have to be a 30 by 30, anything above that. 30 by 20, I'm sorry. But the point, Madam Speaker, is that all these small establishments in the villages are not going to be paying any trade license. It is unfair, man. It is an injustice you do to your own people. When I listen to that member from Corozal North, what a shame. What a shame. He was a minister of local government, 13 long years. Did he do anything to try to help the rural area? Absolutely none. Absolutely none. So, Madam Speaker, let me say this, Madam Speaker. For the UDP, their record is telling. Their record is telling. For them, it's Chicken Little. The earth is falling. But for us on this side, Madam Speaker, we are a proactive government. We promised the Belizean people that we would ensure that under Plan Belize, we find a mechanism to ensure economic sustainability for our rural communities. We promised that we would empower them. We promised that we would create an enabling environment for business, and that is what this bill is doing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I urge all members to do the right thing and to support this very proactive bill, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to make provision for trade licensing, to repeal the Trade Licensing Act, Chapter 66 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to make provision for trade licensing, to repeal the Trade Licensing Act, Chapter 66 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Public Service, Constitutional and Political Reform, Religious Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the Referendum Amendment Bill 2023. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Referendum Act, Chapter 10 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the circumstances in which a referendum shall be held and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Is the Minister?
Yeah. You wrap up? Yeah.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act.
Just to say that we support this being put in there, and to remind you, because you all don't like to give credit where credit is due, that it was under the UDP administration that the moratorium was first put into place. And so, Madam Speaker, we happily give our support.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we acknowledge the moratorium was put in place. We will also like for the record to state that this government has no intention of amending the moratorium. So put that on the record as well.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Referendum Act, Chapter 10 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the circumstances in which a referendum shall be held and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Referendum Act, Chapter 10 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the circumstances in which a referendum shall be held and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of the whole House to consider the bills that were read a second time. I would like to ask visitors in the galleries to leave during this portion of the sitting.
Bills for third reading.
I recognize the Prime Minister and the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Fiscal Incentives Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act, Act Number 4 of 2023, to replace the definition of MSME and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Fiscal Incentives Act, Act Number 4 of 2023, to replace the definition of MSME and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Firearm Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Firearms Act, Chapter 143 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to establish the Firearms and Ammunition Control Board, to empower the board to issue and revoke firearm licenses, certificate, or permit, to reform the regulatory structure in respect to firearms and ammunition, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Firearms Act, to establish the Firearms and Ammunition Control Board, to empower the board to issue and revoke firearms licenses, certificate or permit, to reform the regulatory structure in respect to firearms and ammunition, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor and Local Government.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Trade Licensing Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to make provision for trade licensing, to repeal the Trade Licensing Act, Chapter 66 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to make provision for trade licensing, to repeal the Trade Licensing Act, Chapter 66 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Public Service, Constitutional and Political Reform, and Religious Affairs.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Referendum Amendment Bill 2023 and passed it without amendment. I now move that the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Referendum Act, Chapter 10 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the circumstances in which a referendum shall be held and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Referendum Act, to expand the circumstances in which a referendum shall be held and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance and Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
I I recognize the member from Mesopotamia, leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the point of national interest I'd like to raise is this SSB loan or investment into Campus 1, some buildings that they're supposed to be building at the Eleanor Hall edifice, Madam Speaker. And the problem that we have in the opposition and in the wider public is there are senior citizens, retired persons, who cannot get their social security benefits as it stands all over this country. I was in San Pedro, Toledo, maybe a few weeks ago, and a person was complaining, saying, you know, I voted for the PUP, and, you know, all I want is my social security benefits, and I can't get it, Madam Speaker. This is all over the country. And the point I want to make is if people can't get their social security benefits, but the Social Security Investment Fund can invest 70 million, tens of millions of dollars, Madam Speaker, something is absolutely wrong in this country. This project that I'm talking about, Madam Speaker, raises several alarms. Under the United Democratic Party, we had the Belize Infrastructure Limited that built many great projects that we all appreciate now, as we have these international athletic competitions that we couldn't have before. When the previous PUP administration was there, we did not have such world-class facilities. Madam Speaker, we did this through the special purpose vehicle of bill, which the member from Cairo South, as Minister of Infrastructure, dismantled and did away with. So here we are now. The same member cried, I think he actually cried in the House when he talked about that building, that Eleanor Hall building, and what a waste it was and is, and he couldn't believe that the taxpayer dollars were being rubbished in such a fashion. And I brought it up the other day, and my good friend, my cousin from Lake Independence said, what? That Eleanor Hall building? That Eleanor Hall building? Yeah, it's something my father doesn't like me to acknowledge, but I have to acknowledge the man. But, Madam Speaker, the member from Lake Heights in his constituency said that Eleanor Hall building on crazy, the money on spend for that. Now they're coming, Madam Speaker, to invest $20 million of the Social Security Investment Fund, which is made up of the Social Security monies that Belizeans pay so that when they retire, they can have their benefits, Madam Speaker. They are making an investment in a company, a PPP, they're doing a PPP. And there's an entity that we don't even know who the entity is. Who are the principals in the entity, Madam Speaker? Because with this government, you have absolutely no transparency. With this government, you have a company registries where you can't get any information unless you go to an agent that is approved by Cowie and Courtney, Madam Speaker. So we have this $20 million that is being invested in a dead raise entity that could belong to a crony, that could belong to who we don't know, Madam Speaker. And it is being done under a PPP. But, Madam Speaker, when you do PPPs, it is the private entity that usually takes 100% of the risk. In this instance, we were told that there's a building, there's supposed to be 2 buildings. They will cost 40 million, 60 million. We don't know because the public does not get any information. No prospectus, no deck, no nothing to know how the people's money is being spent. And even those in the Social Security Board that the government appoints, I've spoken to my sources in the unions who say they vehemently disagree with this particular project. And when they ask for the information, they are told, don't worry about it. So, Madam Speaker, again, this has really risen the ire of the Belizean people. That's why about 1,000 of them were out there protesting this morning, Madam Speaker. This PUP government, Madam Speaker, has one of the most pathetic histories when it comes to social security funds, Madam Speaker. Go no further than V.H. Courtney, who was found liable in a civil court for $3.34 million as the chairman of Social Security. He was charged and arrested but acquitted, Madam Speaker. But this is the legacy of the PUP. So when we see these investments being made with no transparency, no detail, no due diligence so that we know who the directors, the beneficial owners of the special purpose vehicle are, we don't have a board overseeing this as we did with Bill, where we had social partners on that board along with the government ministers, Madam Speaker. We have, again, the Social Security Investment Fund investing $20 million in a project with no examination of risk factor, no guarantee that the project will even get done, Madam Speaker, and we have been here before. We have to remind the public and remind the government of the sordid history they have in just giving away taxpayers' dollars with none other than the Novello brothers, when they gave them $30 million in one day, Madam Speaker. And that's why they go to DFC and the Social Security funds, because then the government controls that. Their appointees will do as they are told. Because I have done my research, and this project, they took it to the commercial banks. But the commercial banks wanted the private entity to take the risk, to show collateral, to put up collateral. They refused all of the requirements of the commercial banks, and they went and they got it from the taxpayers' money in the Social Security Investment Fund, Madam Speaker. And it is very, very alarming, Madam Speaker. This is not the PUP's money. This is not Chris Coe money. He may be the real Prime Minister, but it's not his money. It's not the member, it's not the Prime Minister, the Honorable Prime Minister's money. It is none of their monies, Madam Speaker. That money is there for when people retire, they can get their Social Security money, Madam Speaker. And that is not happening. So it is alarming that there is money to invest $20 million in a PPP, and the government is using the Social Security funds to take the risk, when that is not how the business works. The way it works in PPPs, Madam Speaker, is the private entity takes the risk, and then the government puts in whatever they're going to put in. So this is very, very alarming, Madam Speaker, and the people are troubled. They are disturbed. They are frustrated. These are the things that this government needs to apologize for, Madam Speaker, because it is a very sorry, sorry state of affairs when they are just using the Social Security Investment Fund, going against best practices, standard procedures, where the private entity takes the risk. We don't even know if this building will get built. And this 20 million can go to a crony, and 15 million of that could go to, you know, he said the architect, called you an architect, but it's an architect, but the architects out here. We don't, yeah, that's what you said. Don't blame it on me. I know you like to blame the media when you go there and make a fool of yourself, but it's not our fault, brother. But, Madam Speaker, again, we don't even know if this building will get built. And because they're not going to the bank, when you go to the bank, as you build, you get the money. In this particular instance, they're dead raising, and they could get that 20 million and spend 15 million on plans and drawings and analysis and examination and this and that, and to a crony, and use it for municipal elections, with the people never getting anything to show for such investments, Madam Speaker. So we have to sound the alarm, Madam Speaker. The PUP has the worst track record ever when it comes to social security. CEO in the office of Prime Minister was fired by her predecessor, Saeed Musa. The Senate investigated her, and he fired her because of what was happening in social security, Madam Speaker. So we are alarmed. Leave the people's money alone, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Your answer for me?
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
The leader of the opposition reminds me of a man with a drone. And he tried to grab to any straw to try to save his political life. And that is certainly not going to help. And he is so desperate that he is prepared to come to this honorable house and make a complete fool of himself. There are other words that I want to use, but I can't use it because it's unparliamentary, Madam Speaker, so I will not use it. He comes here and says what? There are people all across this country, where he said, retired persons that can't get them pensions. Give me the names. Give me the names so that we can follow it up. Because it's not true. There's no names. It is not true. It is not true. But that is Social Security. Boy, you just fool me. That is not Social Security.
Members, please.
It is not Social Security. No. It's a pension from government. You embarrass yourself, boy. I am sure your father must wonder, how did I have this as a picnic? Because my God.
No, Prime Minister, please let's not go there.
But Madam Speaker, his father is a very intelligent, a very good lawyer. And when he see him come, anyway, I know, just leave it
Thank you.
That. But anyway, I am not saying anything. Did I say anything bad about your father? I was saying he's an intelligent man. You could say anything about my father, it doesn't matter. Me. Look at what you did. Anyway, the point is, and you will stay there, and then after 2025, you'll be outside there, because I think we need to put for a good candidate against, You got one? All right. But anyway, Madam Speaker, again, his first embarrassment that about he can't get, he is talking about his BDF soldiers, and it is because the system, the bureaucracy, and we discussed that in cabinet, Madam Speaker, just last week, about the very same thing, that I think that it is wrong that government workers retire and takes a very long time for them to collect them benefits. And the reason why is because of the bureaucracy. They file, they're not properly prepared, it's incomplete, and then they have them up and down with the file and they can't get it properly done. We set up a subcommittee in cabinet to be able to look at those issues so we could address it. And we said that we need to hold those people responsible, not that keep back them, that don't prepare them files properly. Many times, government employees move from ministry to ministry, and sometimes they don't pass over the file. The Ministry of Public Service, under the gentleman, the honorable member from Fort George, I know I mentioned it, I know you get up right now, said they sent a notice 1 year in advance for the AOs to start to prepare the file of the people that are going to be retired. And even with a whole year, they don't have it ready. And it pisses me off. It really get me upset. When people send me a message, I say, Prime Minister, I don't retire. I know the work. I need this money for pay the bank. And when we find out, I ask Treasury, I said, the paper, it was incomplete. Then I have to go through from ministry to ministry. They try finish the people and papers, they file. When you move from one ministry, that file is supposed to be up to date, you pass it on to the other ministry. We even spoke about digitizing it right now. So that as the minute that the 1 year before they retire, that we want to digitize that file so we could make sure that everything could be ready. You could have asked me, so you never have to embarrass yourself. The Eleanor Hall building. Do you know how much it may cost? We were trying to see how we could cut it, but it may not too late. Your government spent $1,000 a square feet for Eleanor Hall building. 1,000. We the bill right now between $250 and $300 a square feet. The poor people in house, you know how much we pay for the poor people house? $150 per square feet. Look at the difference, man. And you come here and pontificate and embarrass yourself. My brother, this Social Security is an investment. If you'd only take the time, hold on, man. Social Security just issued a release this week. If you'd have read it, you'd have answered a lot of the questions that you are talking about. It is an investment of $7.9 million in equity and a $20 million loan. And then you talk that nobody wants to invest. Both Atlantic Bank and Belize Bank, they're waiting because they want to invest in this. The government, as it is right now, Madam Speaker, is spending about $2.5 million a year in rentals in Belize City alone. And you see, offices, they move like musical chairs one time and then after that they have to move somewhere else, you know, and it is very costly, and it keeps up the work of the government. We have Eleanor Hall building now. You don't build it. Again, as a responsible government, we want to put that whole area into work. So outside is always looked as a deprived place. So we're saying now we're going to go and build two buildings. Hold on, man, listen to me, man. Hold on. Relax, man. Make I talk. You have your chance. So now here we are now coming to continue to enhance that government asset by building 2 more buildings for the government to be able to use. It is a sure investment because as it is, almost all of that area is going to be rented by the government of Belize. And instead of we go and pay other people, we are going to pay Social Security at the government of Belize, the rental. Yes! Because the government is also going to own a portion of it, of the investment. I can tell you. If you want to know, Social Security have a $100 million problem. Mr. Montas, who is the actuary for Social Security for almost 30 years. From the 80s, he is the actuary. In the last time he was here, earlier this year, he gave an interview and said, we have a $100 million investment problem, Social Security. Say, if we do not invest this money, by 2030, we'll have to increase contributions. Social Security need to invest this money. And let me tell you what is going on now. From 2024, according to the actuary, Social Security is saying, the Social Security fund as from 2024 will depend almost exclusively on investment income, especially the long-term branch. It's important to understand that people are living longer and our population is gradually aging. Look at this. The number of people enjoying a contributory Social Security pension has increased from 1,172 persons in 1991 to 3,307 persons in 2001 to 14,582 in 2022, including widows and children. Those are the numbers. So, We have to be able to see how we could invest this money safely. This is a safe investment because it is the government. You build a building where the government will move all of its offices in those buildings, and the rent that we're paying right now, which is about $2.5 million, is going to be paid to this investment, to the investors, which is Social Security and the government of Belize. Social Security will own 55% of the equity, and the government of Belize is going to own 45% of the equity. And let me tell you what kind of investments of return that they are going to have. The expected return on their investment is approximately 10% per annum. 10%. Apart from the 5% they're going to be paid on the debt, on the loan that they're being paid. As it is right now, at best, you could get by depositing your money in the bank is about 2%. Or right now, probably maybe 0%, because they don't want to take your money. It's around 1.3%. Now, with this investment, Social Security, the people of this country, Madam Speaker, are going to get 10% return per annum on their investment, and on the loan, they're going to get 5%. Stop embarrassing yourself. You could come and talk to me, my brother, and I could explain it to you. I could tell you that Social Security. Have you asked me? Have you asked me? We have released it. We have released it. I don't. What? This. I don't know if you're really dense, or you just behave. You just act like you're dense. The prospectus has to be prepared, my brother. No money has been done yet. It will be made public when all of this is being worked out.
Madam Speaker, a point of order.
Yeah, what's the point?
Apart from embarrassing himself, the leader of the
What's the
opposition
point?
is not adhering to 42B.
42B, thank you.
Yes, I want to go home to myself, but this one can't help himself. Right as it is right now, Madam Speaker, the courts, for instance, with one category, one hurricane, how it damaged the courts, the Supreme Court buildings. And they may have all of the money to fix it, you know. They have all of the money to fix it. But they don't fix it. So now, because they can spend for Tacos Fest and so forth, now the government, the country of the Belizean taxpayer, we have to spend close to $3 million to repair these buildings, these historic buildings. This is a sure investment, an investment where Social Security is going to get a rate of return per annum of 10%, and on the monies that they're going to lend, it's a 5%. I don't know what else the Honorable Leader of the Opposition can understand about this. And if he could only forget for a minute his politics and think about the Belizean people and the people who have put in their money in Social Security, he would stand up here and support this PPP. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Colette.
I want to ask your indulgence, and I will promise to walk a very, very thin line. I want to talk about another investment that is being proposed under Social Security too, but I promise not to repeat anything that my friend, the Leader of the Opposition, has said. It's a completely different investment. This, yes, he's my friend, of course. He's my friend and colleague. Madam Speaker.
Just to be clear, it's not the same matter of public importance, the PPP.
No, ma'am, no, ma'am. This is, in fact, another investment being proposed by the Social Security investment body. This one having to do with a loan to the Belize Airports Authority for some $6,500,000 for the resurfacing of the San Pedro runway, Dangriga runway, and apron expansion and installation of fuel farms. The loan has a term of 10 years plus a 6-month moratorium on principal payment. The loan is payable monthly at a rate of 5.5% per annum on the declining balance. Now, Madam Speaker, the problem here is that, again, I don't want to repeat the kind of caution that my friend made. He already made that caution that we're not doing what we ought to be doing with the Social Security Board's money. But I want to take people back, Madam Speaker, to the year 2017. 2017, when the same Belize Airports Authority was attempting to make a loan from the same Social Security Board Investment Committee, and the then leader of the opposition had the world to say about the same type of loan. Listen to what he said, Madam Speaker. He said, "Today I got a copy," and I'm quoting him verbatim from the Channel 7 news. He said, "Today I got a copy of a confidential memorandum from the Investment Services Unit of the Social Security Board, and this report is pointing out that the Belize Airport Authority was indeed applying for $7 million. Now, the Prime Minister was either being completely dishonest to me and the Belizean people when he said, meaning Prime Minister Barrow, when he said that it was 7 million, but not 7 million, sorry, but 4 million. Or is he being incompetent because he does not know what is happening in his government?" He continues, Madam Speaker, "The point we are making is that we are finding out that the Belize Airport Authority has already borrowed $16.5 million. They want to borrow another $7 million. That would make it $23.5 million. And according to this report, the very same report I'm talking about, this report is saying that the BAA, the Belize Airport Authority, is going to have major problems in making their loan payments. So he is telling you that, in fact, the Belize Airport Authority is not a worthy borrower of the Social Security Board's money. They are pointing out," he continues, "that the BAA revenues, the projections they are making, they are too optimistic. The Investment Services Unit made an analysis of the revenues collected from 2011 to 2017, and they found out that the average of every dollar they claim that they are going to collect, they only collect 75 cents. This was in 2017. So he's painting the picture for us, Madam Speaker. This is the now Prime Minister, who is now presiding over a government that is trying to, through the Social Security Board, lend the same people $6.5 million. He was saying this back then. He said, in effect, I quote him again, "The Investment Services Unit is telling the Social Security Management and Board that it is a bad loan. It is a bad investment that they should make, that they should not make," I guess he meant to say. "So I am putting on record," he's saying this, "I'm saying that the Belize Social Security Board should not lend them, not 7 million, not 4 million. They should not give them any more money because they are going to be overexposed." These are the words of the then leader of the opposition. He said, "I want all the members of the Belize Social Security Board to know that my party will hold them personally accountable and responsible for all the questionable loans that they have given, including this one, should they approve it." And secondly, just by looking at what the Investment Services Unit, the recommendations that they have made, that they should reject the $7 million loan, not a $4 million loan, not another dollar should be loaned to the Belize Airport Authority. These are his words, Madam Speaker. 5 years ago, I don't know what has changed with the Belize Airports Authority. I'm hoping he will get up and tell us that there was some miraculous turnaround in the figures. Because he was telling you. And then the news commentary goes on. I guess this is Jules Vasquez. He says, as we understand it, the Social Security Investment Committee has rejected the loan. And with good reason, they got good UDPs on that board by then, and the social partners who rejected the loan and felt that it was not a good investment. Our sources say, this is the news, that the BAA is now trying to trim down and repackage it for $3 or $4 million. Then they will seek that Social Security reconsiders it. But opposition leader John Briceño took a look through his aviator glasses and said that they only need $1 or $2 million. Can you tell you how much they actually need for resurface the field or the airstrip, sorry, and put the fuel stuff on the side? This is what he is saying. So he tell you, what they are telling you it will cost is far inflated. So they ask him about that, and this is his response. He said, we don't need $7 million. We don't need $4 million even to fix the runways. But what is happening is that they are taking advantage of fixing the runway for the hustle to happen. This is his words. He's telling you that the Belize Airport Authority, whenever they have these projects to resurface the airstrips here and there, that it is a hustle. And he threatened them, Madam Speaker. He threatened them until he said to the investment board, anyhow, no way do that, know that when my government come in, this not going like that, and we'll deal with it, no. And then he becomes the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, and voila, right in front of us we have a proposal now to the same Belize Airport Authority to do the same resurfacing of these runways for $6.5 million. I want you to tell me what has changed since you said these very same things. He said, if they can spend almost $100 million through bill and they could flip and say, okay, $3 million, lose, okay, we have to go and find the money to fix it. Why is it that we can't fix Kikaka airstrip? So he's saying, why the government? So why they say, no, one are going to borrow from Social Security. Why one can't find the money for fix Kikaka airstrip? It's an integral part of the tourism industry. His words, Madam Speaker. His words. And again, we have to be concerned. He just told us, Madam Speaker, about the actuary and the concern about that these monies need to be invested. And he's telling us with his own words, if you're not, don't listen to me, don't say it when the leader of the opposition says it, or when I say it, you will say, oh, we are playing politics. These are the words of the right of the Honorable, I give you another term without considering. The Honorable Prime Minister, these are your words. This is what you had to say about the entity that the Social Security Investment Committee is now looking to lend $6.5 million. Madam Speaker, the government is being reckless to not say something here, and you have representatives on that board. He actually, Madam Speaker, will probably have us believe that, oh, Social Security is autonomous. And you know, this is the hypocrisy of the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, because when it was that he was on the government side, on the opposition side, you know, he was talking to me about fuel just now. Everybody now knows how legendary his comments are about what was considered very high price of fuel then. And he was the one who went on the record. Everybody who would listen to him, he was doing a road show to all the social partners, to the Chamber of Commerce, everybody that would listen to him, that the price of gasoline can go down, that the government could absolutely cut it. The government was being draconian by not doing something about it. And then the tables turned and he jacked up the price of gasoline even higher. Even higher. What he was considering to be draconian then, and it's the same thing he's doing now. When the shoe is on the other foot and he's in the chair controlling, then all of a sudden the Belize Airports Authority is no longer a bad investment. I want to know if they don't pay off all of the debt that you say that they had. I wonder if there is any lesser hustle in this proposal now to resurface these airstrips than there was in what was recognized by the investment committee back then to be something. That's why they rejected it. They rejected it because it was not a good investment as far as they saw it. And now your administration is looking to support it. So I'd really love to hear, Madam Speaker, the Belizean people, and more importantly, the workers of this country who put their hard-earned dollars into the Social Security Fund, want to know that their monies are being invested properly. And nobody short of yourself, sir, has said that this entity would be a bad investment, and now you're supporting it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Sometimes it's best to leave sleeping dogs alone, you know. Because when you come and try to quote what I said back then, you shouldn't be talking about that. Because we were right with what we were talking about there, because back then it was a hustle. And what we have done since we got into government, under the member, the former minister, the member from Belize Rural South, we've managed to fix the books and turn things around and manage the monies properly. Just for the record, if you want to know, Atlantic Bank was fighting to lend that money to the BBA. And Social Security also wanted it. And they agreed to give it to Social Security simply because they rather that Social Security makes the money so that our Belizean workers can benefit and not a private bank. But you have a lot to say just now, but let me just quickly go, because and just send me this report, since you're asking. Well, all right, previously loans from Social Security, there was a $17 million loan on 2012 at the Sarabariboy Municipal Airport, $3.5 million in 2018 for Kikaka, $4 million in 2020 by the Placencia Municipal Airport. Approved loan from Social Security in 2023 is $4 million. $4,060,865. And Sarabariboy Municipal Airport, we're visiting the $3.3 million. And then, and Kikaka Municipal, $702,000. Now, the upgrade that was done at Sarabariboy at the municipal in December 2012 was done by, you know who that, the famous contractor, the only contractor that exists, Iber Hernandez. And then they did rehabilitation work. We had to do rehabilitation work that had to be fixed. SBBA, sorry? Sarabariboy Municipal, sorry. Yes, in 2023, in that same airport that the famous Iber Hernandez may work on, renovation works were executed due to the settlement and undulations of portions of the runway and the taxiway. Works included excavating sections of the runway that had the undulations, replacing failing material with proper structural fill, and recap the entire runway and taxiway. We had to redo the markings of the, simply just the paint, you know, and the paint them with the teeth and they put cheap paint. And you shouldn't be talking about things, you know. That's why I'm answering you why we have to do what we do. Because we don't thief up the money. We don't give you bad work. If the work be done properly, we never have to go fix it right now. That's the problem. The previous board of directors did not follow the recommendations from the supervision team and paved the runway at 6 months instead of the recommended 1 year. They would take the risk and responsibility for any defects and liability. This was done for political expediency. That's what your UDP board of directors did. They never do it properly because it was a hustle on their part. It was a hustle on your part. We are paying those bad loans we want to do. You know why we pay it? Because we are managing the money properly. We don't thief up the money from BBA. And we make the books available, make you go see. And if you want to go see it, you can go anytime and take a look. It's online. The financials are online, my brother. If you only take your time and do your research, you never make go embarrass yourself like the leader of the opposition. So that's the first one, Madam Speaker. Now, upgrades to the Kikaka Municipal Airport in July 2018 repaving and widening of the runway to 2,850 feet by 40 feet wide, and installation of runway lighting system. I buy a soft drink if you tell me who the contractor leader of the position. Catch you, I owe you a soft drink. Imer Hernandez. Now, the rehabilitation work to the Kikaka Municipal Airport in 2023 is due, guess what? Undulations on the major sections of the runway. Works were carried out to scarify and excavate failed material. They use cheap material. That's how they thief the money. They tell you them the material costs $100 and go buy $20 material. They have to replace the concrete treated base for additional stabilization. They have to elevate the approved levels. They have to hot mix over the section of the runway, packed the entire runway and apron, including the installation of all runway and taxiway markings, even the paint and the thief man. The security perimeter fencing had to be replaced because of major corrosion. Even the, why is that bad? They buy the really good from the fence. And they buy cheap fencing. The previous board of directors did not make enough provisions for the works that needed to be done. They in fact, listen to me, man, I listen to you. If you listen, you'll learn a little bit. They in fact cut the budget, and therefore there was excavation and removal of only a portion of unsuitable material. Therefore, there was still unstable base material, which led to the failure of the base and then the undulations. It reminds me of the road when I built through Arinjoaktong, you know. When Ibrahim built a road, because the foundation was decades old, you're supposed to remove that material, throw it away or give it away, and then get new material and put it. You know what? Explain that to me. Denny, you know, you want kind of Denny? Then he explained to me, he said, Emer used the same old thing where he just dig up. The same thing, huh? Yes. Yes. The same old material. You see, over time, and I never noticed because I'm an engineer, you pong the material, you get like powder. And that's what happened at Region. That's what we got undulation. And the highway at Region, and it broke up. And they had this scarified. Yeah, yes. And they do the same thing with the airport, and they play with people's lives. Use the same cheap material. So now the current contractor is Rodlock Construction Limited, and MIDH is doing supervision and contract management of the project. Now, you are talking about where we say, well, why government never paid then? Well, I said that simply because we had the oil money, we had the Petrocaribe Tacos money to spend. We don't have all of that money. 6 million, 600 million. We had all of this money. Now we come into government, we have to don't spend up the money. You have debt to GDP of 134%. You spend $1 million a day for pay government workers and keep government the worker with borrow $1 million a day. We have to deal with all of that thing, you know. They left we broke with no money. If there's one truth that Dean Barrow said over his 13 years, was that he may have borrowed and left the country broke. And that's exactly what he did. Yes, grieve for Belize. He not grieve, that's for sure. But the grieve for Belize. And here now, what we have done, if you listen, my brother from Colette, that the BBA, the present BBA, fix up the books. We manage the money properly. We're not about spend up the money. That is why we have been paying all of these bad loans that you did. We pay all of the loans. We're not the default. And we had Atlantic Bank where we fight for the loan. We never had to go to Social Security, but we pay Social Security because the workers of this country will benefit from that investment. Madam Speaker, I wish the members from the opposition would do their homework and come before they come here. Because if you begin on the website, you may find out about the financials. If you begin to the BBA and ask, why is it that they fix this? They may tell you, and then you never have to come here to the National Assembly, try to make an issue, and then get embarrassed to find out that your government messed up. They borrow this money and build bad, and now the PUP have to come and fix it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favour kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The House now stands adjourned.